Hi guys. I hope that this is working. If someone comes in, let me know if you can see and hear me. It always takes a second for it to load on my end whether or not people are in here. But I hope that you're doing well, and we're going to do an all signs. Just a general vibe check on the energies just to see what's going on. What's happening, if there's a major influence, event, or situation that you're dealing with, how your energy is experiencing that, what is shifting in the near future, and some advice. So just kind of a basic check-in to take a look at things. Okay. Let's see, we're going to start with Aries and go all the way down to Pisces, and there will be timestamps if you come in after the live stream in the pinned comment down below. What's up, Lioness Kitty Cat? Thanks for being here. I'm Lisa. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, so there will be all the information you probably need in the info box down below or the pinned comment. That's where all of the timestamps will be. But if you come in during the live stream, you will be able to tell where we're at by these little... I'm going to start with Aries and go straight to Pisces. But yeah, you'll be able to see where we're at with this in the corner here. And if you want to come back later and just use your timestamps to, to just jump to it. Happy birthday, Leos. Yeah, happy birthday, Leos is right. Sorry, I'm still like segueing out of the waviness of Cancer season. I did a free reading for you. Oh, are you the one that won one of those? It changed your life? That's awesome. That's great. Okay. Hopefully for the better anyways, not for the worse. Okay, so let's get into things. Shawna, what's up, baby? Yeah, I decided to do this very last minute. I'm moving at the end of this month and like in a couple days. And so here I am, and I'm surrounded by boxes and things, and I'm sitting on the floor of my apartment. So thanks for being patient with me while I have been like slightly erratic with my posting and showing up, because that's what's going on. Oh, you recommended me to your mom. That's so wholesome. I love that. Okay. So let's get started with Aries. What's going on, Aries? I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm still nailing down my next move. So I'm staying in Alberta for like a moment. I'm in Calgary right now, Alberta, Canada. But I feel like I want to leave this province at the very least. But we'll see what's going on with that. Okay, Aries. The energy for Aries. What does Aries need to know right now? Oh, you're in Montreal. Go Canada. Okay, what does Aries need to know? Okay. Saskatchewan. What's in Saskatchewan? Let's see. Okay, let me just grab you some oracle cards. That was a lot. Okay. One more oracle card for you, and then we're gonna get to it. All right. Okay, Aries. Let's see. Let me timestamp this bitch and get into it. What's good, Aries? I hope that you are all doing well. I hope that you're getting all lit up in a fellow fire season. And let's take a look at what's happening in your world right now. We're just doing a general overview. I laughed because this is very Aries. You'll see why in a second. Sometimes I can't help. I'm just like, oh, I must chuckle at this. So the overall energy, influence, event, or situation, or whatever you're dealing with most prominently right now, you get the Hanged One, which is Neptunian energy. And then you also have these two cards, Blocked and Stillness. Okay. So Stillness is very much the energy of the Hanged One. The Hanged Man is literally the energy of being suspended, upside down, so that new information can come to you, can come through to you, so you can literally see the world from a whole new perspective that shifts everything for you. And I feel like you're kind of being pushed into this energy because there is some sort of block, and I think that Spirit is providing some sort of situation that's going to give you some higher it's like a broader perspective, a more big picture view of what's happening, so that you can understand and move forwards. Okay, what's been blocking you? Let's see. What's this block? Your birthday's on the 31st. Well, happy early birthday. Okay. The Knight of Cups in reverse. The Emperor. There's you. The Lover's in reverse underneath that. Okay. Tell me how you really feel. You're like, well, I'm doing great. However, poop. This sucks. Whatever this is. There's something that you're less than stoked about the way that it's going right now. And I feel like it has something to do with love, just based on, you know, the vibe here that's coming out. So I feel like you're experiencing some kind of block. And although you personally do feel pretty much overall empowered, there is this sense of, this could be someone outside of you as well. Take it how it resonates. Like if there's two people in the reading, you can always switch the roles if that ends up resonating that way with you. So there could be someone who you just find very difficult to deal with. It's almost like no matter the approach, you can't just seem to make it happen the way that you would like to. You might feel like you just want reconciliation with someone that you love, and you're like, why is it so hard when there's so many good feelings? Like, I genuinely love this person. Why the hell is it so difficult for me to get on the same page with them, kind of thing? So I feel like you're being given more perspective on that right now. And how you're experiencing this energy, or the energy that you are embodying, is the Fool, which is awesome. It's Uranus energy. It came out with this oracle card. Can you help solve the mystery of who gives a shit? Nobody cares. And that's what I was chuckling at, because the Fool with that energy, I don't know, it just seems very Aries to me. Not that you guys are dicks or anything all the time, but I feel like it's like when you're done with something or frustrated, once you kind of reach that peak or that point, you can kind of be like, and you lost me, you know? I no longer have a fuck to give. I have misplaced all of them. The mystery of who gives a shit. Tell me more about Aries energy. So I feel like you're getting to this point where you're like, I'm tired. I think you've cared so much. I don't think it's that you don't care at all. I think it's that you've given so much of a shit up until this point that you're just tired and frustrated. And so you're sort of at this point where you're like, well, I think I have to leap out into some sort of new beginning, because I think that if this is a connection, you obviously only have control over like your side of things. You might be taking kind of like a sudden inspired action as well to leap out into something new. With the Fool, that's Uranus energy. Temperance in reverse. The only thing is you could be leaping out into something before you have fully like unified or found balance internally. There's something that's not completely in a state of harmony within you. It's telling me as you are leaping out into something new. So there could be something from this past situation that you're still frustrated about, but you haven't found like closure or resolve for it quite yet. And you're just moving on because you're like, I have no more cares to give, like I said, and you don't have control over the situation. So you're like, my options are sit around waiting for something to change that's not changing, that's just frustrating me and stealing my happiness, or move in another direction with this fiery kind of like inspired, hopeful energy, and not let it, like, not wait or not let it keep me stuck. The only thing is I see that there's some sort of, I don't know, something else will probably come out about that with your advice, but there is something in the energy, your energy specifically, that's not necessarily tempered. I think it's that you're frustrated and you're taking a leap, but you're kind of doing it with like this. It's not a chip on your shoulder, it's just a frustration that I'm getting. You're walking away and you're just like, well, that was fucking great, you know? And I don't think whatever this is a waste of your time or was a waste of your time necessarily. It's just, I sense a lot of frustration as you walk away. So what's shifting in your energy in the near future is the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, and then your advice is the Three of Swords. Okay. Tell me more about the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. The Eight of Cups in reverse. There's something that you still feel emotionally connected to, but you're having to release it, and that's why you're frustrated, because you don't want it to go this way. And I think Spirit's trying to help you out by giving you a little bit more information or context on the situation with this Hanged Man energy, so that you're not so like confused and just annoyed by the situation, where you might feel like, what was kind of the purpose of that? It either there was a false start maybe with someone, or I felt a very strong connection with them and then it just didn't go anywhere. It didn't get off the ground. It stayed in like an indecisive place, or we both got in our own heads or in our own way. You might just be kind of like, I don't understand why I needed to go through that. Can you tell me more about this Ace of Pentacles in reverse? But what's shifting is that you're kind of seeing or accepting, I feel like, that at least right now, even though you still feel emotionally a bit connected to something, you are having to, I feel like, put your emotions or your heart on the back burner a little bit. And it's for the sake of closing out a cycle. There's something that you are closing out, and I can't help but feel like it's bigger than just to do with whatever this connection is, because you have the Hanged Man and the Fool, these major arcanas. You have the World here showing up. So I feel like there's a bigger karmic cycle or a more Saturnian lesson that you have been learning. And I think that's the cycle that's closing out, and I think it could be tied to the lesson that you're learning with this person. But yeah, in the near future, what's shifting is you're not yet fully disconnected emotionally, but you're also sort of starting to see or admit to yourself, or it's becoming more clear that at least right now, I think there's something else that you're building that needs your attention, and it's something that does not include, it's not like a partnership. I feel like it's either your health, your physical security, your finances, your job, something like that. So why is your advice the Three of Swords? The Knight of Wands. Okay. Yair, I love you too. Thanks, babes. Three of Swords and Knight of Wands. It's kind of like, approach this like the badass that you are. There is some grief here, though, but they're also telling me for sure there is a decision that you're having to make right now. And it's kind of like, here's the choice, right? And here is your decision. It's kind of like this goes with this. So there is this heartache. There are these deeper emotions that you're going to need to process, but I feel like you don't really have the, what's the word I'm trying to think of? I feel like you don't have the time or the ability to just sit in this. And normally Aries doesn't for too long anyways. Like, you might get angry for a while and then realize that your anger is a side effect of like being in pain, like being hurt, and then you address this, but you usually don't stay in it too long because you're too empowered and independent for that. But it's saying that right now, especially, there's something that you're meant to be moving towards and building in your physical realm, and it needs your life source energy. It needs your life force energy. It needs your source energy, I guess, as well. It needs your fire, your inspiration, your drive, your willpower, your discipline, your focus. And I feel like there's something that could pay off a lot for you right now. But there's something that you're holding on to that is not really going anywhere. It's kind of, at least currently, in an energy of lack or scarcity. It might not always be this way, but it is right now. And I feel like you not walking away from that is potentially keeping you in an energy of lack and scarcity, which is why you're sort of getting this little like heads up warning, I think. It doesn't mean you need to let go of something forever, like this person, this situation that's not working out relationally. I just think Spirit wants you right now to have a little bit more. They want to give you more insight and then also help you be disciplined and focused in the right direction, so that you don't miss an opportunity, is what that kind of feels like. Okay, so we're moving on to Taurus. Let me move my decks around so that I can actually reach everything. There must be like a live music festival or something outside. Oops, sorry. Because I can hear live outdoor music right now outside of my window. Can't tell what kind it is or anything, what kind of music or anything it is. Okay. Taurus. I think doing this on the floor is a little bit questionable. I'm dog sitting for my dad, so I have Tucker. Hi, Tucker. Hi, Tuck. He's a really anxious dog. He like everything like freaks him out and puts him on edge, and I'm like, who hurt you? But he's cute. Okay, Taurus. I don't think I cleansed. Let me do that quickly. I didn't because it's sitting right here. Oh man, not lit. Let me cleanse and ground in the energy a little bit quickly. How did you guys experience that second Capricorn full moon? You should let me know in the comments if you feel so inclined. It was freaking heavy and intense for me. It's how it felt. That is how it felt. All right. That smells good. Okay, Taurus. Taurus. What does Taurus need to know about the current energies that they are dealing with? dogs barking and sirens going. Okay. Oracle cards. Clarify Taurian's energy. Okay. Taurus. What's up, Taurus? I hope that you beautiful people are doing just fabulous. And thanks for hanging out with me. So let's take a look at your energies here. Taurus, the main energetic influence or theme or situation that you're dealing with. You have the Queen of Wands in reverse. I should mention all your cards, your main cards came out in reverse. So you could just be feeling a little bit of like a stagnancy right now in, it doesn't have to be overall, but just in whatever situation this is for you. It says determination on this particular card, this Queen of Wands. It came out with this nurture oracle card, which is an interesting combination. It's hot as hell. Is this on high? Can it not be? Okay, nurture with the Queen of Wands in reverse. So there's an energy surrounding you that is either, this could be one of two things, and I'm going to clarify to find out, but if this Queen of Wands in reverse is someone external to you, someone that's not you, then I feel like there's someone that wants to, there's someone lingering in your energy that does want to start something with you or wants to nurture or reconcile something with you. I feel like this is someone that you already know, but if this is not someone outside of you, then this could be the universe trying to shove you in the direction of nurturing an area of yourself that you don't feel super determined in at this time because you have some sort of like insecurity in that area. And it's coming through as like a cycle that wants to close out so that you can ascend beyond it. Can you tell me more about that Queen of Wands in reverse? Ace of Cups in reverse, rebirth. That was underneath the world at the bottom of the deck, so obviously it wanted to come out. So this ending, this closure of this cycle, it has to do with a rebirth of the heart that has been wanting to happen but hasn't been able to happen for some reason. This could be someone that feels like there's been love lost with you, and this person could have regrets. They could feel like they didn't put enough hard work in the first time around, so they want to come in and like actually fight for it and rejuvenate or like bring something back to life. If this is someone outside of you, then they feel like there's the whole scale of especially emotional fulfillment and potential, but it didn't get off the ground. So all they can see, they're like haunted by this potential of ultimate fulfillment, but something just didn't happen, which is frustrating. If this is the universe and you, though, again, it's like the universe is trying to show you how you could literally have it all, but you need to allow some sort of renewal in your heart to shift things for you, and it's going to require you to nurture and love yourself a little bit more. Put yourself into that Venusian energy and really care for yourself. Your experience of this energy is the Page of Wands in reverse. So we have the Queen and Page of Wands both in reverse. It says exploration. There is something here that, like, I'm kind of seeing this as like a side quest, or you're seeing it as a side quest. I don't know why it's coming through with this way of explaining it, but it's almost like you are on an adventure, or you're on like an epic, you know, thing, trek, trail, whatever, adventure. And you're working towards, you're exploring more of the world around you and yourself. And it's the way that I'm seeing it is like you're kind of like, think if you were dropped off in, think about that show like Naked and Alone, where they just get dropped off in the middle of like a forest or something with nothing, and they have to build like a home base and survive essentially in the wilderness. I'm seeing you as like getting dropped in a location, and then you're kind of working your way out. So you're maintaining like a perimeter, but you're slowly pushing that further out as you explore, so it looks kind of like this, right? Your home base is in the middle, but you keep pushing and expanding out. But there's something, it's like you hit a place and you're like, yeah, I don't really want to go in that corner of the forest. Don't really like the vibes over there. It's interesting though, because what you're lighting this like forest with, or this wilderness that's surrounding you, as you explore, you're lighting it with this like hope. The Page of Wands carries this hope within them, and this childlike sense of like awe and wonder, where they see the magic in everything in the world. And so there's some sort of place where you are like, I'm not taking my light there. And in this card, he's actually like painting the light under the street light. So again, it's showing me like you are the one bringing light to these different places as you move, you know, as you explore. But there's something here that you can't see, you don't want to see. It's blocked very heavily, or you feel like you don't have the power to uncover the truth of this, even though you've been able to uncover a lot of other things. It's interesting though, I feel like it's coming down more to fear, because this oracle card came out as well. It says haunted, bravery, awareness, manifestation, and wisdom. Haunted. The haunted part is standing out. I'm just not sure why yet. So this is an area that is going to take a little bit more courage, and a little bit more like presence and awareness and strong will and intention to push yourself to explore. Justice, balance in reverse. So you're haunted by something that was unjust, or there is still the ghost of something. I don't know if you necessarily, I'm not really getting the energy that all of you are very like honed in on and conscious and focused on being haunted by something. I don't feel that. I feel like it's more like a nagging thing. It's more like when you have like a dull ache and you don't feel it all the time. You'll like forget that it's there, right? But then it like springs up again and you're like, oh, like I just felt that again. It's almost like that. It's like you're being haunted, but you only like cross paths with this particular ghost like a couple times a week or something like that. Maybe not even that often. And some of you, I don't even know, you're almost like ships in the night. Like you're not really even, okay, my head's getting tingly. You're not even really connecting with whatever this is. What is this justice in reverse? Three of Wands, the journey in reverse, death, let go in reverse, judgment, reckoning in reverse. Everything is still in reverse. Like, what is this? And there's so many major arcanas. And judgment, death, and justice. That's three pretty intense majors in reverse here. So this is what's haunting. I feel like what's haunting you is you're gaining more and more awareness of something that maybe you manifested. I think what it is, Taurus, is you're being shown where when you manifest from a space of insecurity, you call things to you that are, they're not really calibrated with you. Or if they are, then you're calibrated and sharing that energy of insecurity, which is not really helpful in a relationship, right? Because you don't really want to be in the energy of insecurity in a connection. You're gaining this awareness and wisdom, and it has to do with you taking accountability for something that you manifested and then how it turned out. It's something I feel like you haven't really been able to let go of because it didn't find closure or balance. It wasn't fair. And you can't really make sense of how this thing, like why it was on your path. You could have been dealing with an Aries or have Aries in your chart as well, because there was something that came up in Aries reading that was like sort of similar. Like they weren't having trouble understanding why a certain thing had to happen in their life, or like what was the point of that. So that could be part of this as well for you. Okay, what's shifting in the near future is the Hanged Man, surrender in reverse. The Six of Pentacles, generosity, it flew out in like the reverse and landed, like flipped and landed in the upright. So I think this is what is shifting. Something that you were withholding your energy from, you're deciding to like open up and give a little bit. I don't know how generous you're being, but you're being more generous than you were before. Like there's a place where you really were not surrendering. You were very stubborn and stuck. And I think it's because there's something that you really weren't seeing. So it was almost easy to be in this kind of like ignorance is bliss vibe. But now the more that is revealed to you, I feel like it's weighing on you in some sort of way. And that's not to say that you did something wrong, but you are gaining awareness. And even if this is just awareness about yourself, like I said, about how there's like some sort of pattern and you're understanding your part in that pattern, like why it is that your energy keeps attracting certain things or something like that. And with this new awareness, you are surrendering to a situation and giving more of yourself to it than you have historically speaking or in the past, I feel like. The Six of Cups, memories in reverse, is your advice. What's that song I'm channeling? It's like an electronic song. Like, is that Kid Cudi? Where he's like, all the crazy shit I do tonight, those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for a night. That would be the best therapy for me. Tell me about the Six of Wands, victory. Yeah, and then achievement. The Seven of Pentacles. There's something that it's almost like just like fuck it energy. Like you're getting to the point where, again, like you were pretty stuck on not surrendering to something. You felt very much like you were having to sacrifice something of yourself that you were not willing to give up until this point. And you were like, nah, it's a hard no for me. Like the line, I'm not crossing it. I'm not giving to that. And you were pretty certain about it. However, now you're almost getting to this point where I feel like you're like, maybe I can just wipe the slate on the past clean completely and actually just reinvent this situation so that there can be some sort of victorious achievement. Maybe I don't need to just sit here being haunted by this, doing nothing about it when there's still a chance for me to shift something. That's kind of what this feels like. Is there anything else for the advice for Taurus? But yeah, so your advice would be like, don't get too hung up on the past. Five of Cups, loss in reverse, and the Fool, take a leap in the upright. Exactly, with the Magician, creation. There's something new that you can create here, Taurus, that's not, it doesn't have the same heaviness, grief, and kind of like weight to it from the past. So there is something here. I feel like it's your connection to whatever this is from the past that has been kind of blocking some of your vision. And I think after you move away from it a little bit, you'll get more, it's like with distance, you will gain more vision or more clarity of what's actually happening here. Specifically, I feel like you're going to see the level of absolute fulfillment here, and that you can have it if you just nurture yourself or the situation in a slightly different way is kind of what I'm getting. Okay. Okay, that's what I see, Taurus. So while it might feel kind of uncomfortable for these truths to be coming to your awareness at this time, it's happening ultimately so you can create a change that you actually do want, or you will feel better once you create this change. So I feel like that's really good. And I think it's also, it's like Spirit showing you, you don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's like there's something here that maybe you would just... You know how like we judge what we don't understand and it's out of fear, right? It's a natural thing that humans do. I feel like our natural go-to when we don't understand something or when it's different from us. And so that's what I mean when I say we can't understand it. It's like we can't relate. It's like immediately me versus you. I'm going to judge us versus them. And I feel like there's the ability here to get more on like resonant energy, more of like a unified, harmonious energy with a situation or with yourself. Okay. What's up, Paula? Thanks for hanging out. Okay, let's move on to Gemini. Where are my fly Geminis? Super fly. Super duper fly. Oh, I should listen to Missy Elliott. I haven't listened to her in a hot second, and she is classic baddie, obviously. All right. What's going on in Gemini's energy currently? How are you guys doing? I hope you're all doing well. Energy picking up and shifting a little bit with Leo season. My energy is still chaotic just because I'm moving. And you know that feeling when all your things, like all your belongings are in a pile of boxes and you're just like, what is life? Like you always have that moment where you have to reassess. I feel like, or you gain this, I don't know, I feel like whenever I move and I have to go through all of my things and put them into boxes, I like get this very clear picture of where I'm at in life. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just a Pisces Scorpio ass biatch. What does Gemini need to know right now? Gemini gang gang. Where's my Gemini moon, babies? In the house. Okay, tell me what's going on for Gemini. What do we need to know? Yeah, exactly. I did. I donated so much stuff. Like I donated tons of books, tons of clothes. I think I'm still gonna donate some furniture. Okay, the King of Swords fell out. I'm not gonna keep it. But that would be like your most evolved energy. So there could be a situation where you're being asked to move from that space, like from a very evolved place, specifically mentally, like being very in control. Very, yeah, I don't know, in control. Thanks, Paula. I'm going to do that at the very end, okay? But I will timestamp it. So if you're not still here, you can just look in the timestamps and you'll be able to like skip right to it. Okay, babe? I'm exactly where you were last year. The chaos is real. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's get you some oracle cards. Gem. Okay. This feels relatable already. They're saying one more of these. One more. Okay. Say what you need to say. Say what you need to say. Gemini, you're making me sing douchey John Mayer songs to get your message across. I'll do it just because I love you. I'm just kidding. John Mayer is an awesome artist. Not sure how good of a human he is, but he's a great artist. Okay, let's timestamp you. Okay, what's up, gems? How's my gang? Okay, so the most prominent energetic influence or situation that's being highlighted for you is the Five of Wands with this oracle card that says vulnerability. So something is definitely in flux. You could be in a situation that is a little bit competitive in nature. This could be with work. It could be like also one of those situations where you're in kind of a weird spot with like a friend, it feels like. Or a friend group, maybe, you know what I mean? Like, you're welcome, love. Thank you for your support. It could be like where there's almost, you're feeling like someone's in secret competition with you, or like you're leveling up and all of a sudden there's like a weird tension in a family dynamic, in a friendship dynamic. That could also be this. I'm going to clarify that. I need to know more because that Five of Wands could be so many things. But whatever this situation is that is causing sort of some level of conflict, and it doesn't have to be bad, right? It's just that when I say conflict, I kind of just mean like tension. And I don't mean it as a negative thing. I almost mean it as like just something that's like rubbing up, right? And it's going to create a change because it doesn't feel like a perfect fit. And change naturally creates this, right? So it's not bad. It's just how we handle it that matters. But it is making you feel, it's cracking you open, I feel like. To shuffle these a little more. To open my door more too, because it's hot. Thank God the heat that we had laid off for a few days though. It was like almost 40 degrees Celsius. I was like, no, I didn't sign up to live in hell. I'm good. Okay. Tell me more about this Five of Wands and vulnerability. What is this for Gemini? Oh, that feels nice. The Devil in reverse. It's our good friend. That sexy little devil. Ace of Pentacles in reverse. Page of Swords. There you are. The Fool. I feel like there's something here where you are tempted to fight for it. But you also feel a little bit torn because there's a level of vulnerability surrounding the decision to fight for something is what I'm getting, Gemini. And that is because there is this devil element to whatever this is. And I'm not saying it's like completely toxic or terrible, but there is something that is like on your radar surrounding the situation that has you questioning, like, should I take this though? Like, should I put my time, energy, effort, and guts on the line? Should I spill like my heart? Should I bother competing or like fighting for someone if I know they have other options? Like, and I feel like this is you reassessing because you were like about to take this leap. It feels like it's the Page of Swords, the Fool, and then Judgment. I feel like you had almost made this judgment call, but it was more from a space of curiosity. You have the Queen of Swords under there. So now I feel like you're coming at it from a bit more of a little less of like a childlike, playful, curious kind of place, which is kind of your forte, the energy that you thrive in. But I feel like you're elevating to more of a, I don't want to say it in like a way that's going to come off wrong, but more of an elevated headspace where I don't even feel like that's accurate. It's just a different kind of headspace where you're using more discernment, less imagination, curiosity, creativity, that kind of thing. All of those like energies are just as valuable. It's just they are valuable for very different reasons, right? Yeah. So you're trying to bust out your Queen of Swords energy rather than just this Page of Swords to really assess and get down to the facts of whether this is something that you should fight for, because it does make you feel a little vulnerable. And if you're going to go all in and you're going to leap into it, it's like you want to know for sure, I feel like. There's another ace in reverse, though. You had 3 aces in reverse. The only one you haven't had is the Ace of Swords in reverse. I haven't seen that yet. Okay. You are currently experiencing the energy as the King of Cups in reverse. A lot of feelings, huh? There's also these 2 oracle cards that came out. So it's the King of Cups in reverse. And then these 2 cards came out. So the one just says, obviously, yes. And the other one is this chick. In her head, it says everything in the whole wide fucking world to say. And she's saying, I don't really have much to say. I feel like there's something that you very much do have to say. And it's kind of coming out, or it's trying to spill out of you like a bit of a tsunami. The King of Cups in reverse is someone who is emotionally vulnerable. They do kind of just like spill their guts. The King of Cups in the upright is someone who's very emotionally like regulated and mature. So they could be feeling all the feelings in the world, the most tumultuous emotions, but you wouldn't be able to tell externally because they've got that like sovereignty and control over their energy because it is their forte. But when the King of Cups is in reverse, it's more of a vibe of like, again, there's something that I want to say or express, but I'm not, so it's building up. And then I'm pushing myself, probably not meaning to, but I'm pushing myself closer and closer to this kind of perilous situation where it's just going to come out. Because there is something that you really want to express. What's this? Obviously, yes. I think you feel as though something is for you. Hey, Antonia. How's it going, babes? Yeah, I feel like there's something that you feel very much is for you. You're like, duh, like, hello. And I feel like you have many reasons. You've got like your PowerPoint presentation, Gemini. You're like, am I bae? Let me count thy ways. Anyways, pulls up their PowerPoint presentation and starts going through the slides. This doesn't have to be like a situation with another person, but whatever this is, I think that you if it were up to you and things were a little less like choppy, a little less rocky or bumpy here with the situation, I feel like you would have already opened up and jumped headfirst into this. But there is a reason why something got slowed down, and I feel like that's so that you can process something a little more, or at least understand more deeply, like know why you're going all into something, like really have that behind you. Missing my readings on. I'll try to be on more once I move. I mean, I will be on more once I move. It's just been chaotic. Okay, what's shifting in the near future is the Empress, though, which I love. And your advice is the 5 of Cups. There's the Ace of Swords, but it's in the upright. We love to see it. What's under that? The 6 of Pentacles. Okay. Wait, how did I get these flipped? Okay. Tell me about that Empress. Why is this the energy that's shifting in the near future? So this could be you getting into more of, oh, that was weird. I almost called you Aries. Maybe it's because she said she was just going to go check Aries, but I almost said, like, you are a very masculine energy. You are the Emperor. And so you're switching into a more feminine energy. So that could still be true for you. Yeah, maybe you were in a more masculine energy here, the Swords, and you're switching into, okay, you're switching into a more feminine energy with the Ace of Cups. What's this Empress? 2 of Wands in reverse, Page of Cups in reverse, 10 of Cups in reverse, 9 of Cups in the upright. The Wheel of Fortune. Okay. I feel like you're going to see something here, Gemini, and you're going to choose to pour into yourself, I feel like. I do sense that something has you in more of your masculine energy right now, right? Competition, assertiveness, that's very like Mars, masculine type vibe. There's something where it's almost like you're going to decide to not necessarily give something that you were about to jump wholeheartedly into or give to someone. You might be thinking twice about that. I want to know what it is that comes to your awareness, though, here, because all of a sudden you're shifting into the Empress energy. And it's telling me that from this place of seeing yourself really clearly and knowing your worth, you're choosing the 9 of Cups, which is like a personal emotional fulfillment just on an independent level. And I feel like you're picking this over specifically the 10 of Cups because you have the 10 of Cups here in reverse with the Page of Cups in reverse. So this could be you deciding to either pull back your own emotions or make yourself less vulnerable or open to someone, or, and this could even be in regards to your family, keep in mind, right? With the 10 of Cups, it could be like your family is pushing for you to do something or go a certain way, and you're feeling this like competitive energy almost where there's conflict within you and you're feeling kind of vulnerable because you're having to choose between like the path that they want for you or the path that someone else wants for you and what you want for yourself. So it doesn't have to be romantic, but it could be for sure. But I feel like this conflict and this uncertainty and vulnerability right now, it's ultimately forcing you to choose a path. And this needed to happen anyways. And you're choosing yourself. You're choosing the path that honors you and your emotional fulfillment. So why is your advice the 5 of Cups? Judgment in reverse. I heard like break a little heart, as in like, that's weird the way that it came through though. Break a little heart. Like I'm gonna go out and, it's like I'm gonna go out and make a little trouble, but it's like I'm gonna go out and break a little heart is the way that it came through, like the context. But this is, I feel like this isn't you. This is more you pushing, you making a decision that creates an energy of grief or disappointment in a situation or in something else. There's other people involved in this, I feel like. And it could be you deciding, making the judgment call not to resurrect something or bring it to life, not to continue to invest in it. Judgment is the energy of Pluto. So it's like you are not interested in transforming something either, or even seeing into the depths of it. I feel like you're just kind of over something. You know how you feel about it. You have a lot to say about how you feel about it. Whether you actually will express that or not, I'm not sure. This is kind of like coming through as like, nobody puts baby in the corner, you know? Like you're gonna choose dirty dancing, Gemini. You're gonna choose it even though your dad doesn't approve. There's something about this. You are definitely choosing yourself, though. Is there anything else Gemini needs to know before I close off this reading? There might be someone that's getting kind of caught. They're catching strays, though. They're getting caught in the crosshairs or something of this decision. The Knight of Wands in reverse. I feel like you don't feel like this person even will notice or care. I think that you feel, or you might be gaining more awareness, Gemini. You might not know this yet, but I think that part of the reason why you feel kind of vulnerable in this situation is because this is not something you can take seriously. This is not something you can depend on. This is not something you can trust most of the time, right? The Knight of Wands in reverse is like the playboy of the tarot. And while he's not always that, with the Five of Wands indicating like competition, I feel like that is. I feel that this is someone that maybe is a little bit erratic. They might be in and out. They might have options, which maybe made you feel a little bit, I don't know. I mean, vulnerable. And just insecure. You know, nobody likes feeling like they have to compete for someone. It's like, if I'm just an option, then, like, take me off your list, you know? Like, I am the option. And if you can't look at me and see that, then I feel like we're just not right for each other. That's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from this. And I think you're seeing clearly how maybe you got caught up in, I don't know, because Gemini doesn't really mind a challenge. That's not the thing. We don't like to be an option, but we don't really mind a challenge. And especially when it's in like a playful stage still of the connection, because we don't like being pinned down early on in a connection. We still like having potential to explore and that sort of thing, possibilities. So I feel like we don't really strive when we're in a healthy state to do that to other people in connections either. But there's something here where you're like, I think I'm actually just gonna throw this fish right back into the lake, you know? I actually don't think I'm interested tonight. And I think that it's weird. You might get an unexpected response from this person. Like, they might actually show you that they care more than you would have ever suspected that they do, because again, that Knight of Cups energy in reverse, or Knight of Wands energy in reverse is a little bit like, yeah, okay, you care that you didn't get your rocks off tonight, and that's all you care about. But I think that you're going to be kind of surprised that someone doesn't necessarily take this judgment call. I don't know. They might drop their poker face a little bit. You might see that this person actually does care a little bit. They might have just been playing games with you Sometimes people play games to make you feel vulnerable on purpose so that you'll continue to chase them, which is so fun. So that could have been happening. But I feel like this person's about to get a rude awakening if that's the case, because I think that you're just going to realize that you're kind of over it or you're tired of whatever these particular games are. The Aries reading is for your sister. She's an Aries. Aw, so you're both Aries? That's amazing. I want to go to Brazil, actually. Is Yair still in here? He's currently traveling, and he's in Brazil. And I was like, I've always wanted to go there. I should come meet you. Brazil just looks like such like a passionate place full of like life. Yeah. So I would love to go. All right. Cancer. Where are my adorable little crabby cakes? Where are you? Where are you? Okay. Let's see. There it is. Cancer. Okay, what does Cancer need to know? You live in Rio. That is amazing. It's on one of, Brazil is like at very close to the top of my list of places I would love to go. I'd really like to travel and create content, and while I'm traveling, like have little meetups, like little events or whatever, I guess, and do live readings and just like meet more of you guys. I would really love to at some point do that. That's like on my dream list of eventual things. That would be so fun. Okay. The Moon Sun World Tour. Manifesting it. Okay, Cancer. Cancer's like, yeah, shut up and read the cards. Okay. Coming out with your little claws, I see. What else does Cancer need to know? Aw, that sounds amazing. You're a tarot reader, a singer, and a therapist. I feel like we would get along so well. I am like a tarot reader, artist, and studied psychology and writing in university. Okay. Let's see. Okay. One more. Thank you. Okay. Let's get you some oracle cards. Oh, I'm so itchy. Okay. I heard something intense. You're a Venus Pisces? Aw. I love that. I'm a Venus Pisces in Vedic. All right. Let's timestamp my spicy crabby cakes and get into this. Yeah, basically all my subs that I end up actually having like a conversation with, we always basically conclude that we could and should be friends in real life. And I'm always like, I love the people that found my community. I really love them so much. You guys are the coolest. Okay. All right. What's good, Cancer? How are you doing, my loves? I hope that you all had a beautiful, beautiful birthday season and are getting geared up for a spicy summer of romance, passion with Leo season. So let's take a look at your energies here. Okay, the biggest energetic influence or situation that you're dealing with or is surrounding you right now is the Hierophant in reverse with this fear card, this oracle card of fear. Okay. Good night, love. So there is something that wants to be dismantled here. It's interesting because I heard "till death do us part" when I was pulling your oracle cards. And I'm going to have to see what comes out. I heard it when I put down your cards, the energy that you are in. And the energy that you are in is death, which is the Scorpio energy. And this card, no matter what you say or what you do, which is kind of giving "till death do us part." It's like, no matter what you say, what you do, I'll be here stuck to you like glue kind of vibe. Okay, so what is this about? Let's clarify. Reconfiguring something. It's interesting because these are sister signs as well. There's Taurus and Scorpio energy. I feel like you are definitely leaning and needing to lean more into the Scorpio with the Hierophant in reverse and death in the upright here. It's like whatever is falling apart. Oh, my nose is itchy. It is meant to fall apart. Sorry, I really have to scratch it. It's driving me insane. Okay, tell me about this Hierophant that Cancer is reconstructing, taking apart. This could be an old like system that you had in place in your life, a belief system, values, something. With the Hierophant, it's something that you build your life on, like a belief system that informs the way that you create your life. I think that you're being shown where you had sort of a fearful belief system. At one point, anyways, you did. Don't mind my really white knee. At some point there was, or there might still be, you might just be becoming aware of it. You might just be becoming aware of it. But there's some sort of conditioning, programming, belief system, or just even perspective, casual perspective that you had, although I feel like it was more intense than just a casual perspective. The Hierophant is pretty intense. Like, he doesn't really do casual perspectives so much. He's like the guy that knows all the things and is going to write a book on the topic, you know? He's prepared and he takes his knowledge seriously. But there's something that it's like you dropping this or reconfiguring it, reworking this idea in some way and removing its influence from your life is actually going to bring you in from out of the cold in some sort of manner. So I think this is something, yeah, even with that Taurian energy in reverse, it could be something that has not brought like worth and value into your life as much as you would like it. Tell me more about death and no matter what you say or what you do. This could be something though that you've been very committed to. Page of Cups in reverse, the Empress in reverse, the Nine of Pentacles in reverse. That's not abundant energy. What have you been committed to? The hell? The Hermit, the High Priestess, the Four of Pentacles in reverse. The Hierophant, the Hermit, and the High Priestess. You've got all the spiritual baddies here, except for like the Magician, really. So you have Virgo, Taurus, Scorpio, and the energy of the moon as well, which is your ruler. So there's something I feel like that you do know, or at least you have known it on a very deep level, With the moon and the hermit, this could be something that you've known very deep, though, like in your subconscious, but not something necessarily that you were totally aware of. What is this, though? It's something that you've been seriously committed to the point that you were like, if this thing grows and shifts, I will grow and shift with it. Our paths will be, you know, parallel through this journey. And it's kind of giving someone the benefit, or a situation, the ultimate benefit of the doubt. No matter what you say or what you do, I'll be there. Like, I'll be here for you. Okay. So I'm seeing you being extremely emotionally loyal and committed to something that essentially I feel like doesn't ultimately have a ton of abundance attached to it. But there's something about like the emotional loyalty and commitment. But I think that you're gaining deeper spiritual understanding or wisdom about the effect of holding on to this emotionally. And I don't know exactly what that is, but I think that it's kind of closing down your heart space a little bit in some way. Because this Page of Cups in reverse, there's the Magician. Page of Cups in reverse, Four of Pentacles in reverse, though. This is like you're recognizing that something that you maybe said you would never let go of, you have to let go of. You're like, plot twist, you know? Or the universe is, because it's showing you that this is based on fear. This could be a desire that has been based on fear, a fear of abandonment, a fear of rejection, a fear of anything, really, that had you being very emotionally loyal to something that wasn't showing up for you in such a way that like really warranted that level of emotional loyalty and commitment. I feel like I see this thing as being something that asks a lot of you, requires a lot of you, but it doesn't return that same level of emotional or just energy. And so then as a result, you become a little bit insecure and kind of shut down in that area. It's kind of saying that. So there's something with the Magician and the Six of Wands in reverse here about you're manifesting, but what you're manifesting is things that they're not falling into place in the optimal way, where you feel successful, you feel seen, you feel like you've given your all to something and you have gotten the recognition that was deserved from that. I think you're realizing that there was a judgment call that maybe wasn't... I'm just getting that you were committed to something that you weren't seeing quite clearly, and that you might have actually been self-sabotaging by holding on to this, because I think that it was throwing off your manifestations in other areas. That's like you were maybe still manifesting things, but not things that, like I said, are as easy as they should be, or as calibrated and aligned with you. And I think that it was stemming from just really stubbornly with that fixed loyalty in your heart, holding on to whatever this is. And I don't think that there's, I mean, I've got all the Scorpio energy in the world. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think that that's a beautiful trait, obviously. It's just really important when we have the capacity to be all in like that. Like, that's such a gift that we give of ourselves. And so we need to know that we're giving it to the right situation, right? The Queen of Swords in reverse is what is shifting in the near future, and the Ace of Pentacles is your advice. You might be really speaking your honest truth with this Queen of Swords in reverse. I don't know. These two are not playing, though, together. This is like I'm making cuts, whether like I'm verbally cutting you with my sharp, like, truth that I'm sharing unapologetically, or I'm backed with like the facts. I have the receipts and I'm cutting something out of my life with absolute clarity because now I see what it was actually bringing into my life. And it's not something that I wanted more of. It's more fear that it was bringing into my life or something along the lines of that. More fear, uncertainty, insecurity, questioning or doubting yourself. And so you're either telling someone how you feel about this, or you are just straight up dropping the opportunity because it feels too heavy. But I feel like there is this cute little guy with his little leaf hat that's coming in for the pentacle. There's an opportunity on your horizon. However, I feel like whatever this is, it makes you fearful and defensive. It could be that someone is not committed to you as well, that this energy that is influencing you so strongly is someone that you are like balls to the wall committed to. And this person, you're afraid because it's not reciprocated. It's like they don't want to put a label on it, or they told you already that they want to keep their options open or something like that. Or maybe you just haven't had that talk yet, but you get the vibe from the way that they're in and out or something like that. That could also be it. But over time, when someone doesn't choose you, right, when they keep you an option, over time, even if you say that you're okay with that, oftentimes it will kind of like eat away at you a little bit, because if you want to be more than that anyways, because it's like, well, what's wrong with me? Like, why are you not picking me is kind of the vibe. It just kind of comes down to like, if there's a strong connection and I can see you, then if you could also see me clearly, then it wouldn't be this hard. It's not like a pick me kind of energy, but it's more just like not being able to make sense of the fact that if you're so committed and you see all the potential in something and someone else is not, then where is the disparity happening, right? What's this Ace of Pentacles in your advice? The Ace of Pentacles for Cancer. There's new wisdom that you're receiving, and I feel like there's going to be a very abundant opportunity that is, it's almost just sitting here waiting to be taken. It's coming in after you reject whatever this is. And it's like, I don't know if there's anything necessarily like nefarious or bad about this person you're dealing with. I just feel like they could be immature. There could be like an age difference here. But I'm just seeing them as being like smaller, as in less evolved. Like they're just quite literally not on your level. But it's like this person, they're coming in wanting this pentacle, right? And I feel like they can't really handle the pentacle, though. It's almost like it's bigger. It's as big as their head, right? And here you have this pentacle that's just sitting on the side of the path that you're going to walk down. And Spirit is highlighting how abundant that opportunity is going to be. So I feel like when you reject this opportunity, that's when you start seeing more clearly, or when this situation that can be really successful for you becomes more in your line of sight. I think I'm getting that you're mostly focused on this situation right now, so you're not really seeing something that's available to you. It's almost giving this energy of something you're just going to stumble across, though. But I do feel like there needs to be a release of something that's not in alignment with you before you're able to like connect with whatever this is that is in alignment with you, because you have to get calibrated to this new opportunity out of the calibration of something. Yeah, you have to be in this this energy or vibration rather than this one, right? They're very different. One is like being fully committed to something that is not committed to you, or doesn't see you, or just can't offer you what it is that you want, and what you can give, which is, again, fine. It's not a knock on them as a person. It's just, it's not a frequency match, right? And so then the person who is lowering their frequency, or whose frequency is being more negatively impacted, I guess, by the situation, is always going to be giving something up or sacrificing something, because they're not in the highest vibration that they could be in, and therefore they're not calling in and connecting with the things that are or would be for them in that optimal frequency or state, right? So I think you're realizing how a situation or maybe a connection that keeps you in a space of uncertainty and fear is not serving you. All right. Let's move on to Leo. Where are my Leos? Happy birthday season. I guess I'll wait until I timestamp to say that to you so you can actually hear me. That would be beneficial. All right. Leo. What does Leo need to know? The most important messages for Leo surrounding their current energy and situation. An important energy or situation in their life. Oh. Trying to hear what kind of music is playing. Can't hear it. It's not loud enough. Okay. What's going on for Leo? An oracle card. Tell me about this energy that Leo's dealing with here. Okay. One more. What is that? Okay. What up? Lizetti? Is that how you say your name? I like that name. It's cool. All right. Let's see. Let's get into my Leo gang. 124. Okay. What's up, Leo? How you doing, babes? Happy baddie season. Happy birthday season to all of you. My favorite person on the planet, my 8-year-old nephew, just had his birthday on the 23rd. 9 years old, I guess, now. So I love you guys, and I hope that you have an amazing season. Okay, that's right. Nice. I like that. Okay, so the current energetic influence or situation on you that Spirit wants to highlight is the Hermit in reverse with this grief card, which also came out in reverse. So this is Virgo energy. And then the energy that you yourself are in, or how you're experiencing this, is the Knight of Wands with this don't adapt to the energy in the room, influence the energy in the room. It's very you. It's very shine bright like a diamond vibes here that I'm getting just in time for your season. You're gonna sparkle, sparkle, are you? Okay, so what's this Hermit and grief in reverse vibe, though? This could just be like, it's party season, you know? I'm channeling this song that I think it's called No Worries Gonna Find Us, but they say, no worries, no worries, no worries gonna find us. No worries gonna be the boss of my mind. It's like you're not allowing it. It's not a season for isolation. It's not necessarily coming through as you're in an energy where you're surrounded by this serious, like, I'm on a path of self enlightenment and evolution. I feel like you might be, but it's not in the energy of the Hermit, if that makes sense. It's something lighter, more playful. And this is just coming through as the energy of the Sun, honestly. Like, grief in reverse, the Hermit in reverse. It's kind of like, yeah, that's all fun, and there's a time and place for that, but more like we're not here for it right now. It's too many cards. There could also be someone here outside of you that is a little bit paranoid that you're not hurting over something the way that they are. Death. So Scorpio energy. So there could have very much been something that you were in a bit of a state of disappointment or grief over. I feel like you were just in your head over this. And I think that you realized that you don't want to allow it to have as much influence on you as it has. There's something coming up about that. So it's almost like you're pushing yourself out there. You're pushing yourself to get more out there, to maybe be more social as a means of getting outside of your head, I feel like. Tequila Sheila. I love that. What's going on? I'm hearing the beginning of, is that Christina Aguilera? She's like, if you ain't here to, what does she even say? You ain't here to party. It's like the beginning of Dirty, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what she says. If you ain't here to something, you ain't here to party. But it's like, I'm getting this energy where you're like, it's party season. It's my birthday season. I'm not sitting in like a state of grief, disappointment, and I'm not gonna sit and be upset about something that has ended. Maybe something might have ended, or it could just be in a space where the old state of it was not working and needed to be put to rest, and the new energy hasn't been either presented or talked about or instated yet, or something like that. But you're in the Knight of Wands energy. Like, you don't really seem to be overly bothered, which I love. If you ain't dirty, you ain't here to party. I guess that does make sense. The song being dirty. I wonder if that has any relevance. Three of Pentacles in reverse. Okay. That could be relevant. There could be a situation, Leo, where there is, I feel like this is either a community that you're involved in, a friend group, a family, or a workplace dynamic. The thing I feel the strongest is a workplace dynamic with this Three of Pentacles in reverse, but it could be just a group of people that you're involved with on the somewhat regular. They are in an energy that you do not want to be in. You don't want to adapt to the energy that's in the room with these people. You are trying to influence the energy by bringing the vibe up. You know what I'm saying? There's very much something here with this Three of Pentacles in reverse. And it could be just one other person, and it could be a romantic situation where you were like, yeah, you're actually kind of like killing my vibe. So I'm going to have to, you know, I'm going to have to let you go so that I can live my best life in my season or something like that. I'm seeing clearly, though, there's an energy, and it's a group of more than one people, more than one person for most of you, I feel like. Someone that you spend, or people that you spend time with, like I said, like work employees or something. What's shifting for you in the near future is the King of Pentacles. That's beautiful. And your advice is the Devil. For a lot of you, you're coming out of a phase where you did have to process and deal with some heavier things. That is closing out now. It's not that you're never going to have to again, but this round of that energy, that, you know how everything is cyclical in life, right? We go through phases of contraction and then expansion, contraction and then expansion, winter, summer, blah, blah, blah. You are coming out of a phase of contraction, and that was very necessary to feel whatever you had to feel, to work through your insides, to make heavier decisions maybe. However, you are now in this energy where I feel like there's something that you don't want to be involved with or associated with, or that you don't really want to put more work into, and you've decided this. The Page of Cups in reverse. Your heart's not in it. Tell me about this King of Pentacles. What is shifting? I feel like you're bossing up. And I think that this energy is about you not getting distracted by like the haters. Because I'm almost feeling like you're leveling up here. Or there's definitely an opportunity for you to level up financially, for sure. You could get a raise. You could get a higher position. Some of you are getting a new job offer altogether, but it's good. It's like leveling you up from whatever you were in before. It's an improvement. And as the Devil is your advice, this is Capricornian energy. I'm not seeing it as being negative. I feel like this is, let me just clarify it a little bit just to make sure first, but the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, the Ten of Wands. There's something that's not worth fighting for. Yeah, exactly. The Nine of Swords in reverse with the Five of Wands in reverse. There's definitely something that is just not worth getting involved with the fight for it, because it's just going to stress you out or make you anxious. But I feel you almost having this like Midas touch here. It's just you don't want to open up that very like influential energy to being influenced by this other energy. You want to very much be conscious and intentional in the way that you're directing that, so that you can influence the energy the way that you want to at this time. But the Devil with the Eight of Pentacles in reverse and the Ten of Wands as your advice. It's the Nine of Swords again. I feel like there's something that you can see clearly, and you're just being advised to trust what you know. There's something that does have a toxic element to it, And for some reason, I'm getting that this is like sort of a subtly toxic thing. Like it's subtle. It's not just outrageously toxic, which I think is why it's been maybe a little more difficult for you to navigate. But there's something, it's like you don't have to fight it, you don't have to compete, you don't have to stand up, you don't have to engage. They're just sort of showing me there's something that you can just no longer put your work and effort into, or something that you don't have to show up for anymore. You can take your energy and kind of like project it in another direction, and you're going to end up infusing something with your beautiful energy rather than pouring it into a situation where you're unlikely to shift the energy. It's kind of like coming through as a bit of a hopeless energy, the situation that you're walking away from. It's just something heavy and stressful, and it almost feels as though like the more work you put into it, it's just kind of like feeding the beast. You know, but you're not really getting anywhere. I see that shifting though. And the 10 of Pentacles is here. The 10 of Pentacles, the King of Pentacles, the 5 of Pentacles in reverse. There's something that I feel like is very abundant in this season of life for you right now, Leo. It's something that you're manifesting. And as long as you continue to prioritize yourself, see your own worth, and make space for things that resonate with your, you know, the frequency that you kind of want to build your life on, I feel like this is a super abundant time for you to call lots of things into you. So you're already on the right path where you are I dropped my little crystal. Where you're seeing, I think, like what needs to go and what needs more energy. I feel like you're already on track there. So this is really just source validating you and saying you're headed in the right direction. Just keep on trucking. Don't second guess yourself here, I feel like. All right, let's move on to Virgo. Have an amazing birthday season again, Leo. All right. I'm going to run over there and grab my lip stuff. My lips are getting super dry. We're moving on to my little Virgo beans. Virgo. Okay. Give me 1 second. A lot of alarms. Ugh. Where did I put that? I located it. There's more going on here. Okay, that's better. All right, Virgo, what's happening? What's happening, Virgo? What does Virgo need to know about their current energies? Okay. Let's clarify that surrounding energy for Virgo. Okay. Love is the theme of this reading. More card. Hey, that's too many. Okay. All right, Virgo. Timestamp you. Hey, Virgo babes. I hope that you guys are doing well. So let's take a look at these energies. So you got the Hanged Man and this Love Oracle card for your overall energetic influence or situation or kind of the theme that you're working with. Okay, so this is Neptunian energy. You also have Gemini here. The Hanged Man in Love. So Neptune is the higher octave of Venus. It does represent this almost sacrificial love, unconditional, divine love kind of thing, sacred love that sort of expands beyond. It's like the kind of love that creates miracles, the kind of love that is so strong and high vibrational and vast. Tell me more about this Hanged Man love energy that is surrounding Virgo. This could be someone that is feeling this way about you and their influence is very strong in your life right now. Or there could just be love in your life that you're gaining a higher perspective on. The Four of Wands in reverse. Specifically, maybe a love that has been a little bit rocky as well, or it hasn't felt necessarily balanced. There's a hair on me. It's felt as though there's imbalance. So if you picture the Four of Wands really as like kind of like a lean-to or a structure, right? You want them all to be the same height so that obviously it can create like some sort of balanced, stable structure. The Four of Wands is a lot of love, but in reverse, it's almost like not knowing where to put it all, you know, like almost kind of being like there's no space big enough for the love or the feelings, like what I hold inside for you. And ironically, sometimes when we form these connections with people where it feels incredibly strong, right? The love is real, but what it does is highlights the areas in us that need to be balanced out or tempered in order to like hold that love responsibly or be in that connection in a way that actually is balanced, secure, and benefits everyone involved, right? Essentially, it'll show you where you need to step up to be the best version of yourself, to receive that real good loving and to be able to give it where there is balance, so that it feels both freeing and liberating, but also like safe and secure and like home at the same time. So there's an energy of illumination surrounding something that has been in the past, I feel like, a bit of a confusing connection to you. You are in the energy of the Lovers. And it came out with this oracle card here, which is an illustration by Hen Kim. These people sitting on this park bench with this cactus that's growing up between them. It's interesting. You're definitely holding this duality that I can feel, because you're in the energy of the Lovers. But there's also something that is unhealed here that needs to shift, that hasn't shifted yet. And it's like your feelings are not shifting for something, but neither is the chasm between you and that person or that thing. That's kind of what it feels like a little bit. So you're experiencing both simultaneously, feeling this super strong heart connection to someone and like love connection, and almost feeling like it's everywhere. Like it is the energy that you are embodying personally, and it is also just like floating in the ethers, in the air around you. It's really, this energy of love is everywhere. And even your advice, your advice is the Ace of Cups. So it's like you're surrounded. You cannot turn down a single street that you're not going to run into love on here, Virgo. That's what I'm finding. The corner of Love Avenue and Heartthrob Boulevard or something here is where you're at. But it hasn't been easy, the Five of Wands. This is something where I feel like at one point people were moving forwards with kind of this courage and this romantic nature, or not necessarily afraid of the unknown, willing to like plant seeds and see how things could grow. So I'm not entirely sure what happened to cause this divide, but it does feel like there's something kind of cold and prickly that has like come up between the two of you. But like I said, you're still feeling the love very strongly, and it's like to the degree that you can't really escape it. You're also, though, still feeling this divide. So the Three of Pentacles is what's shifting in the near future. And then, like I said, the Ace of Cups is your advice. Okay. What's the Three of Pentacles? The Ten of Pentacles. Okay, well. Okay. There's something here that is more than it appears to be. I'm seeing that, like, you know how on the rear view mirrors, it says like objects in mirror are closer than they appear. I'm seeing that, and I'm feeling like that is this situation. It's like objects in the mirror are closer than they appear. I feel like this is not as big of a problem as it once was. There's something that is dissolving that, and I honestly feel like it's this higher octave of love. But there's something where there was like, Jesus, what is happening out there? It's like Gotham City up in this place. Jesus. Somebody put the bat signal up. I hope everyone at the live music thing is okay, though, because maybe they're getting real down and jiggy with it. All right. The Page of Cups is here with the Seven of Swords. I feel like at one point, and see how this Page of Cups, like the cup is bigger than him, the fish is even bigger than him, you know what I mean? There was a lie or a misconception, and I feel like somebody thought that they weren't like big enough or capable of handling or holding something. It's like somebody built something up in their head to be a lot more difficult than it actually was in reality or needed to be. And I feel like they sort of created issues, and it may have been not out of like a bad intention. They may have been scared to assume the best, you know, like sometimes when shitty things happen, a lot of shitty things happen to you in life, you learn to sort of assume, maybe even if it's not the worst, you assume like more of a neutral stance rather than being hopeful going into things, even things that you really want to be hopeful about, right? But behind that is literally the 10 of Cups with the Magician. So you have the 10 of Pentacles, the 10 of Cups, and the Magician. I think this is something that you can handle, actually, and I think it's kind of something that you're meant to engage with. But in the near future with this 3 of Pentacles, there's something I feel like that's coming together. There's tangible effort, energy, and work being put into something. It's like a mutual judgment call to give to this. I feel like it is happening in Leo season for a lot of you. This specifically has to do with you, Virgo, if there's someone that you have experienced, like I said, kind of like annoying, unnecessary complications and grief with, I feel like you're able to let go of that, the two of you, and somehow work past it. It's like the love and the warm feelings or tenderness ends up taking precedence or coming out stronger. It is what is amplified in the next season between the two of you. So it allows for you to move forwards with more strength here. I think part of it is because you're seeing your ability to manifest, your power to manifest, and you're also seeing the potential of this. So it's kind of like, here's the vision, here's you knowing that you have all the tools to make the vision happen. When you have a clear vision and you know that you've got the power, that's a very strong place to be, right? Kind of unstoppable. So the Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups is your advice. What's that? The Seven of Wands in reverse. I heard, don't worry, I'll catch you. I was seeing someone like needing to jump from a burning building or something, and it's like people holding one of those big trampolines. There is some sort of leap of faith that feels a little bit dramatic to you. I don't know if it just feels daring and dramatic to you, or if it actually is that way, like most people would see it as such. It could just be because it is a matter of the heart that it feels a little bit risque, you know? Temperance. More love. I'm hearing it like more cowbell. More love. Don't fear the reaper. Probably still my favorite SNL skit of all time. It's like there's only one thing that can make this better, Virgo, and it's more love. There needs to be almost this uninhibited, not uninhibited as in you're an idiot and you're just like giving all your love to someone that doesn't deserve it at all or is proven that they're maybe not gonna do something responsible with all of that beautiful love that you're giving, you know? This is something you'll know. It's something where the mutual love is very much present, but there's just been struggles. It's been like the struggle bus for you and this person. And I think it's because it feels like it was more of an energetic thing. Like there was an energetic influence outside of the two of you that needed to be addressed. And it could be one of those things where it's almost like there needed to be an element of disconnect, or it's like a coolness. It's coming through as like a coolness. Not like a disconnect, but it feels like allowing something to cool off so that you can see it with clearer eyes. So this could have been a situation where there's like a large amount of physical or sexual attraction as well. And there needed to be something like a period that came in that put some distance between you so that you could gain more, I don't know, practical clarity on the situation and maybe balance out something and see that there's more than that to the connection. There's actually quite a bit of pure like love, and there are reasons to work through things and come at this from more of a like a unified and harmonious place, I feel like. But I think that these are things that you couldn't necessarily see without this space. So this did serve some sort of valuable purpose, is what I feel like. But what's needed now is definitely more love. Okay. So I feel like you'll be getting clear messages from the universe here. So watch for synchronicities and signs. And I'm hearing even like ask for a very specific sign, because I feel like the universe will show up and give it to you. So not just like, I want to see 1111. Let's dream a little bigger than that, okay? So like pick something that is very specific, you know, maybe not like a white butterfly or 1111. Maybe pick something that is like a rhinoceros or something that's a little more, I don't know, you'll be able to really tell. And then associate that specific synchronicity, I want to say, with this person or this connection, and validating that, what you know it to be, or validating your forward movement, like that it is safe for you to open your heart to this, and then watch for that direct validation from source, because I feel like you will get it, or from your guides. Okay? Okay. We are moving on to Libra. Libra. Libra, bruh. What's going on, babes? All right. Let's see. I might go make a coffee after Libra and stretch a little bit for like 2 minutes while I make a coffee. I'm on the floor. I'm just sitting on my yoga mat, so it's not really, I feel like I need to stretch my legs out a little bit. All right. My beautiful Librans. Hope you're doing well. All right. Let's see. Connect to the energy of Libra. I'm gonna actually cleanse a little. We're at the halfway point. It's interesting because I was doing general messages, but there's still a lot showing up about love. I guess we are going into Leo season. Those fifth house vibes of dating and having fun. Okay, here we go. All right, Libra. What does Libra need to know? Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna start putting all of my tarot content on Moon Sun, which is how it was when I initially started the channel. Like for the bulk of the time that I've been doing this. So I think I started the channel at the end of 2019, or near the end of 2019. Maybe the middle, I guess. It was more like July, I think. And Moon Sun was my only channel then, and it was all of my content. So I'm gonna do that again. And then Flow State, which is my other channel, I will post like energy work, like Reiki, personal vlogs, just like live chat sessions where we just hang out, and maybe other stuff about like more informative stuff, just talking about spiritual things and that sort of stuff. So if you don't already follow Flow State and you want to, it's linked on the main page of Moon Sun, so you can check it out if you want. But yeah, there will be like romantic, relationship-y type readings and just like personal development, general energy check stuff on Moon Sun. Okay, Libra. There might be something you're really working through, because I felt like I really needed to take my time grounding the energy and like shuffling to prepare the deck. So that's interesting. There could be something that you feel like you're really taking your time to prepare yourself before maybe you make a move in a certain direction, or before I'm getting like before you push the first domino over. So there's something where it's like once you put something in motion, there could be like a rapid subsequent reaction or series of events that happens after. Let's see. Okay, let's get you some oracle cards. Get into this. Tucker. You know Luna's not here because you're here. Otherwise she would be over here. Yeah. Hi. My gosh. Tucker. Luna's like, yeah, put me anywhere that is nowhere near that creature. She's not scared of him. She just like wants nothing to do with him. There we go. Okay. Yeah, see, there's definitely something that you've been patiently waiting to make a move on. Okay. Okay, let's timestamp you. What's up, Libra? I hope you're doing well. All right, babes, let's see what's going on with these energies that are surrounding you currently. So, you have, for the most prominent energetic influence or surrounding energy at this time, you have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse with this Patience card, this Oracle card that says Patience on it. I feel like there's something that there's the potential for it to be very abundant. There's the potential for it to be something that is so built on solid ground that it could be like a legacy, something that lasts, something that is it's like you leave it behind when you leave this world, and it's something that you are proud of. So this could be like lineage, like creating a family of your own and passing your, like your bloodline down kind of thing, or it could be physically building something in terms of work. Let's get more information on that. But this is very much surrounding you. It's something that has required you to be patient, though. And to almost like process it in parts. It's like biting off little bits at a time and chewing those bits and working through them is how I'm seeing it. The Knight of Wands. This is something you did not want to move slow on. I don't feel like. This could be something you have a lot of passion and desire for, but you were forced to slow down and take a closer look at something before you rushed in or moved on it. Or maybe you did move on something and then it became apparent to you that it was not something that was like, it's not fast food, it's like a gourmet meal. So you're gonna have to wait longer than 5 minutes for your meal, Something like that. But it also simultaneously really got you lit up about it, and so you wanted to move towards it. This could be something you already tried to move towards, though, but the Five of Pentacles, the Three of Pentacles in reverse, but it didn't come together the way that you were hoping. The Hermit and the Ten of Swords also came out to clarify this Knight of Wands. So you could have moved in quite rapidly initially to a situation, not realizing that it was like more the real deal. Like this isn't someone that you would just, if this is a connection, it's not someone you just meet at the bar, take home for a night, don't get their number. You know what I mean? This is like wifey or husband material. So you could have initially just kind of gone in guns blazing, pew pew, with this fiery energy, which is beautiful in its own right. But I feel like you were met with something. I feel like you were put out on your ass or put out in the cold, or else someone else was. Someone else could have moved towards you in this energy, kind of rushing or laying it on strong, and it not going the way that they necessarily wanted it to. Okay. The Seven of Cups is the energy that you are in, that you're experiencing. So you have definitely had some emotional confusion to work through. That's definitely coming through. You are still working through it. And it's interesting because, 3 oracle cards came out to clarify here your energy. So you have this Seven of Cups in reverse, or cups in the upright, sorry. At the bottom of the deck is this Five of Wands in reverse, which is kind of what I almost accidentally said. So it's showing me that there's like emotional confusion that has created some sort of, it's like something didn't go the way you anticipated it to go, or it wasn't what you expected it to be at first glance. So you had to look at yourself differently and maybe look at a different possible approach to come at this thing, because again, it's not what you expected. Because it wasn't exactly what you expected, you moved on it in a way that wasn't perfectly aligned with actually getting the outcome you wanted, or someone else did this. And I feel like it forced you to take more of a look at what caused you to move in that way, or I don't know, it caused you to look at yourself, what you really want. so that you can maybe actually make like a solid intentional decision to move towards this. But it's almost one of those things again where it's like something you don't just play with, you don't just mess around with it, it's the real deal. So if you want it, you kind of have to clarify and like really know that you want it so that you can be all in, right? Or so that you can at least match you can meet this thing where it's at. But this card came out, and it came out in the reverse, this oracle card. Well, I'll show you it in the upright. So it says, I'm awake, pay attention to me. It's this like text message conversation. I feel like you are in this energy of sorting through your feelings because you don't want something to be like codependent. You don't want to invest in something that is toxic. I think because of the way that it initially went down, there's some reason why you were put in a state of needing to like reassess here. And these cards also came out, which I find interesting. There's this one from Fight Club where there's both kind of versions of him, and he says, you met me at a very strange time in my life. There's also this picture where the brain and the heart are on the same page, and they're all just like, fuck it. We have all decided, fuck it, in solidarity. But this also came out in reverse. And these together tell me that when this thing came into your life, you were at a weird sort of place where your head and your heart were not aligned. They were not in sync. And so for whatever reason, that's another, I don't know why they weren't, but this is another reason why you're now in this energy of having to kind of look through your own emotional landscape, I feel. This almost feels like something where you're like, I wish that I would have met them at like a different time because I was in a weird place and maybe where I didn't really know what I wanted, or I was settling for things that I didn't really want, or I didn't approach this thing with the seriousness that it actually deserved because of the place that I'm at in my life. I don't know. I feel this energy of you going quite deep, though, within yourself at this point in time to look at things here. Yeah, there you are. Because you need to find this balance, this chord that you're trying to strike within yourself. So that came out to clarify the King of Wands, which is what's shifting in your near future. The King of Wands is an energy of empowerment, and that being there with justice. This is you literally stepping into your most empowered self through, again, finding this balance. And I think that it has to do with, because there's the feather of Ma'at, the feather of truth, and then there's the heart, where it's like if your heart is lighter than the feather, then you don't get eaten by the crazy demonic crocodile guy in the underworld or whatever they believed. The ancient Egyptians or Cometians believed, right? There's something where you are judging yourself, though. It's like you're judging your own heart against the truth of something in order to become more empowered. This is what's happening in the near future. This shift is taking place. I feel like this is a very powerful shift because right now you're still in a powerful place where you are forcing yourself to, the only way out is through. So you're looking at this emotional mess inside of you. And while it might not feel super empowering, it is, like, because that process is what is ultimately bringing you into this state of being, which is beautiful. Yeah, this deck is dope. I love it. Your advice is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. So what's that? There is like a fear here about something being codependent or too needy. And I don't know if this is you. This could be you kind of getting the ick because someone else came on really strong, or it could be you needing to look at an area where maybe you have been a little bit codependent or toxic in past relationships, and now you're like, you pinpointed it though, and you've been aware of it, but it's something you don't want to repeat. So it's something like that. There's something that's on your radar where you're like, I don't want it to be, like, I want to make sure that I'm making this choice from a very balanced place so that I have like an idea of what I'm actually going to be. It's like you want to be sure that what you're putting into this is not something that's going to be carrying it in more of a detrimental direction, is what I'm getting here. The Two of Swords and the Page of Swords. You're trying to make up your mind if you should say something. I'm hearing that song, Say Something, I'm Giving Up on You. I forgot that song even existed until just now. Say something, I'm giving up on you. So dramatic. But I feel like that's what's happening here. It could be that the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is someone else that's giving up on you because you've been in this indecisive space about whether or not you should speak your truth. But it doesn't have to be. It could also be that there's some like insecurity or emotional confusion, so you weren't ready to make a move. It's like you were still deciding what your truth, your personal truth even is, what it even looks like. And I feel like you realized that you wouldn't know that until you got everything like balanced and on the same page, right? So you've been giving yourself time to do that, is what this seems like, so that you can actually be completely certain. But I don't know. So in the near future, what's shifting is you're being put into this more empowered place. So does that mean that you're going to actually say something here? Because I feel like you've been thinking about it for quite some time. There's something that's like kind of coming off as painful about this for you though. It's like needing to swallow. They're swallowing this dagger, but it's like there's an element of needing to swallow your pride a little bit to get what you want here. And I think that that could be part of this Queen of Pentacles in reverse energy. But let's just see. Let's get a little tiny bit more on that advice before I close things off for Virgo, or for Libra, sorry. King of Cups in reverse. So we have Scorpio and Leo energy here. The Eight of Swords. The Devil. I feel like, and then there's the Nine of Cups. There's something that's prevented you so far from expressing yourself in this situation to the degree that you want to. It's like you haven't felt like you've had the words or enough information about this. But Spirit is saying now is the time to move if you want to. You've had enough time to think about it, and you have as much information as you're going to have from just like thinking about it and weighing out your own internal landscape, is what they're saying. So if you do want more information, this opportunity still has potential and it's still available to you. But I feel like you have to look at whatever this fear is, because this is very heavy fear. With the Devil and the Eight of Swords, that is like a strong holding pattern based on mental fear that has been like worn in over time. I'm seeing like a water, like a river corroding into the earth over time. Like something like the Grand Canyon or something, right? It's similar with our brains, like plasticity and neural little pathways the more times that you repeat a certain perspective or belief, right, the deeper that corrosion's going to get, and then the more easier or the more likely it is that you're going to get sucked into that path because it's known. It's like the devil you know, right? The devil you don't know looks like this. It's like a lot of feelings and a lot of, this is you allowing yourself to dream, though. And this like squashes your dreams. This is like the second you start to dream, your thoughts tie you up and the devil comes in and whispers all of those old narratives into your head while you're all tied up and unable to get away. There's something about this where your insecurities, the ones that you do have, they do need to be looked at because they prevent you, they put you kind of in like a, it's like a fearful narrative. Okay, love, that you might be repeating, and it's, I feel like it's just making the process of needing to be patient longer. A little bit. But this is somewhat, I mean, this is self-imposed with that Eight of Swords, right? It's like you choose the thoughts that you allow to take up space in your head. This is just like once you start spiraling, the devil comes in and amplifies that and just puts that already fear-based headspace like on steroids. Essentially, this is not an external force outside of you. This is just your shadow stepping in. It's like it smells blood in the water, which is just like fear. Fear only feeds off of more fear. You have to feed fear the energy of more fear for that beast to keep on growing, right? In that direction. So it's like once you put a little blood in the water with this old fearful narrative, the old devil comes in, sweeps in, and is like, I felt blood in the water. Let me come in and take this opportunity to make you circle the drain even faster, to like amp up those fearful narratives essentially and get you stuck there. So whatever it is that you need to look at, I feel like the best way is just like head on. Four of Pentacles in reverse, Seven of Wands in reverse. Yeah, exactly. It's saying like be completely clear with yourself about what this is. Allow it to just be blatantly illuminated. Because once you make yourself vulnerable to this and you kind of, you might be a little bit defensive around this, which is very natural. Like I think everyone is defensive surrounding the things that they're insecure about, right? Because those are our tender, sensitive little wounded spots. Or they're the things that we judge ourselves most critically about, and so we assume that other people are going to do the same, right? So we tend to put up guards or defenses to block them off from seeing those parts or from us even exhibiting them. But there is something that still lives inside of you here, even if it's just in your mind. And so it needs to be weeded out. It can't just be like repressed and pushed down. It has to be actually released. So that's what your advice is. That's why it's important that you really look directly at it. I think there's a part of you that's worried that if you look directly at this fear, it's just going to throw you even more like out of sync with yourself. But I don't think that that's true. I think that it's going to actually give you the clarity that you need to bring yourself into more stable alignment is what I feel like. Okay. All right, we're gonna move on to Scorp. I am gonna make a coffee / stretch my legs real quick because they are cramping from sitting on the floor. So I'm gonna run to the kitchen and do that quickly, and I will be right back. Yes. Do I need to grab anything else while I'm up? I want to say hi to the people. I want to keep them company while I go to the kitchen. Yeah. You keep them company. Okay. I'll be right back, you guys. All right. You're gonna leave? What do you think you're doing? What on earth do you think you're doing? You're supposed to be their entertainment. You want a treat? Come get one? Come get a treat. Boy, you come hang out with me. Are you happy? You happy because you got a treat? Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for that little kiss. He's hilarious. You got good boy talk? Yeah. He's just so awkward. Like the way that he moves, I love it though. I'm a fan of awkward people and animals and just, you know, because relatable, am I right? Ah. Okay. Scorp. Scorp, Scorp, Scorp. All right. Hold on one second. I'll be back in a second. Scorpio. Let's see what's going on for my Scorps. What's up, fam? I hope you are all doing well. I guess I shouldn't talk to you until after I actually put the timestamp. Hanging out. How's it going, Tuck? Okay. Good boy. Yeah. You're a good dog. Okay, Scorpio. What does Scorpio need to know? Let's see. Loves to see it. One more. Oh, my hair is driving me nuts. It's very dry, and so it's staticking to me. I'm channeling a song for you, and this is not the first time that I've channeled this particular song for you. Oh, there's another one. All right. Let's timestamp you. What's up, Scorpio? How's it going, gang? I hope that you're all doing absolutely fucking incredible. So, let's chill. Ah, I just spilled my coffee. This didn't go on any cards, but it just went on my yoga mat. What the hell? Starting this off by being chaotic. Okay, let me wipe that up real quick. What the hell? What the hell? we're gonna timestamp that. It's the first moments of your reading were just chaos. I feel like this is a message though, so let me think about how. God, that sounds terrible. How this applies. Okay. All right. That over there for now. Okay, let me re-timestamp. We return to your regularly scheduled programming now. Okay. Hi, Scorpio, for the second time. I did timestamp you and then spilled my coffee all over my yoga mat, but we're back. So what's up, gang? Let's look at the energies and see what's going on for you. Things could be a little bit messy or chaotic right now. Not really sure, but we'll see what comes up in the energy, okay? So, let me see. So the situation, theme, or energetic like influence that's affecting you most right now is the King of Coins in reverse with this observe card, which did come out in the reverse. The King of Coins and observe in reverse. Energetic influence. This is almost coming through as someone that you feel like doesn't see you, like looked at you, judged you, decided what they think, and then I don't know. But it almost feels like someone that a situation didn't get super far with, and you feel as though I'm getting this strong sense of feeling misunderstood or like misjudged. Scorpio actually really does hate that from my own from my own experience and like just knowing a lot of Scorpio people. It's ironic because people tend to project and make assumptions about Scorpio energy more than most other signs, I feel like. They're right up there, at least at the top, in the top 3. Now the 10 of Coins in reverse here too. 6 of Coins. All the coins. The Lovers in reverse. King of Coins in reverse. 10 of Coins in reverse. 6 of Coins. Lovers in reverse. I think you feel as though someone didn't want to see you. They didn't want to see you because of the... I'm getting like the implications of what that would mean. So if they did actually see you and give you a chance and truly like observe you, take the time to get to know you like in your depths for all that you actually are, you feel like this person would clearly see, you know, everything that you bring to the table, I feel like, and what is possible with you. I feel like Scorpio is so invested and ride or die that almost anything is possible with the Scorpio as long as they are in their, you know, empowerment. Then they're committed to you. It's like Scorpio, when they love you, they oftentimes will get just as invested in the things that you love as you do. It's like an intimacy thing. We like sharing things with you. It's not like we're making your things our things, but we just like to see you. We like to see our partners get passionate and lit up about things other than just us, right? I think a lot of the time we find it really sexy. The 6 of Coins energy is confusing though, because it's saying that it's like there's still an opportunity to give. and receive in this situation, to potentially like be observed and actually be seen. The Six of Coins in the upright is telling me that, like, despite this misunderstanding and maybe fumble of something, there is still an opportunity. And I feel like both people involved here, because this is an external energy that you're dealing with, right? This King of Coins. They are still open to a degree, and they are, in fact, not just still open, but still currently giving energy to this. So if this person isn't physically in your life, then this is someone that the two of you are still tapped into each other emotionally, intuitively, something like that. You are here being the most scorpionic Scorpio ever, in the energy of the High Priestess, which is the moon, the planetary, the High Priestess card is connected to the planet, the moon. And then you got these two cards. This one is a lyric card. This is Kid Cudi. Can't stand the heat of my love, then stay out the kitchen. Ooh, throwing it around. And then this one, which says audience, intimacy, unexplored, resolution, and appearance. It's like I'm getting that you're saying one thing for the audience. How can I explain this? It's like when you make art, right? If you're an artist, then you know that one of the first things I feel like that you learn as an artist is that if you create art for the audience, your art will suck. It will suck. Like, you just can't create something trying to make what the people want. You have to create what is authentically wanting to pour out of you, right? That's what puts like the juice, the secret ingredient in whatever you're creating. It's that part of you. So if you're missing that and you're just trying to fulfill what other people want you to create, it's probably gonna suck, right? It's the same with like, if even on this channel, like if I showed up and did everything that people have come and left comments and told me to do, no part of me would be left on this channel. You know what I mean? I would just be like a fast food, like entertainment tarot reader that doesn't hold that level of like sacred respect for the craft, isn't actually genuinely connecting with source and my guides, and is not, because it's an intuitive art, really, like channeling is, of all sorts. Good night, my love. So it's something like that, where I feel like you're saying one thing, but it's, or you're expressing yourself, but it's for the audience. Specifically, I feel like an audience of one. There's someone that you want to see you saying something or acting a certain way to. It's like you want one particular person to get one particular message from you, is what this feels like. And it's interesting because I'm feeling it's kind of like a prickly message. It's kind of like a, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a fuck, bitch. I don't give a fuck about you or anything that you do. Don't give a fuck about you or anything that you do. I don't fuck with you. I'm kind of getting that. The thing is, Scorpio only ever puts energy into making someone think, and I'm going to read us really hard for just a second. We only ever put energy into making someone think we don't care when we super duper fucking care to the core of us. It's literally the only time that we actually put energy into it. Otherwise, we just can't be we just couldn't even be bothered to waste our energy or attention. It takes one to know one, and I know. But you're hiding a more intimate truth that is, it's like you're sharing the appearance that you want someone to see and have of you and observe of you. while hiding the truth of you underneath this veiled high priestess, more secretive, subtle energy, more intimate energy. It's like there's parts of you that you don't want this person or this situation outside of you to be able to observe so easily. And it's interesting though, because you're showing me that you're literally going out of your way to create something, again, for one particular person who is the audience, and you want them to see you in a certain like appearance. And I feel like it is this can't stand the heat of my love, stay out the kitchen thing. Like if I'm too much for you, or if I'm not right for you, or if you're just gonna misjudge me, then fuck out of here. I don't need you anyways. You know, that's kind of what this is. But there's a deeper truth within you that maybe you haven't even fully explored yet. You definitely haven't explored it with this person. But I feel like you have maybe come to some sort of resolve within yourself. It's different from what you're showing this person, though. It's interesting, though, because you are telling me, like, you're almost banking on this person observing what you're, like, the front that you're putting out. But this person over here has observed in reverse. It's like I kind of feel like they're not looking. Like they're not watching you. Or they are watching you, but they see more than you think they do. That sounded like that definitely resonated as true as I said that. So that's interesting. There's someone that you feel like, if anything, did not see the deeper parts of you, and I feel like that's not actually true. They're not watching you now, though, or if they are, they're not buying whatever you're putting out here, this front, like how you want to come off. They don't buy it at all. It's either someone who already does feel they know the truth of who you are, that they're not even observing whatever you're putting out now, or it's someone who's observing you but feeling like they see through the front that you're putting up. The Six of Wands is what's shifting in the near future, and your advice is the Nine of Cups. So let's dig more into this. It's kind of coming through as quite an interesting energy. It's got you deep in your feels, though. It's got you in a space of deep intimacy with yourself, which I can't help but think is not a bad thing, because you're in your power, Scorpio, when you are in those deep, intimate places with yourself. That's where you find yourself capable, and you remind yourself how strong and clear and indestructible you really are. So whatever this is, the situation, it puts you in that place, which is a benefit to you. The Hanged Man just came out, exactly, and the Ace of Wands. This is where you are, it's in that deeper, intimate space with yourself where you gain this higher understanding. You tap into your authentic energy at the core of you, your source energy, your life force energy, and then you get this hit of divine wisdom, of higher understanding that comes through. Six of Wands. It leads you to success. This is an infusion of fresh information and energy into this situation. So it's like something that was not seen or known between the two of you will be seen or known. Fresh information that changes the perspective of things overall and the way that you are both giving to the situation. And then there's also, it changes the trajectory of things because it infuses this very fresh, optimistic, hopeful, kind of divine energy into things as well. I feel like up until this point, there's been a lot of like holding back, though. There's been a lot of holding back, being stubborn, not truly observing the other person, being secretive, or stingy with your energy and your secrets and things like that, or your information on purpose. Just stretch this leg. So I like that that shift is happening. It's happening because you are not afraid to go to this place within yourself, though. I feel like you're still uncomfortable with this person seeing this place that you're in with yourself. The Sun in reverse is clarifying the 9 of Cups for your advice. There's something that you are kind of being guided to fight for something. The 9 of Wands, the 2 of Cups at the bottom of the deck. And then this is your advice. The 9 of Cups, the Sun in reverse. You're having to be advised, though, to like, it's almost like Spirit is saying, if it feels good, do it. If it makes you happy, then follow that. Don't withhold. Because there's something that has been unexplored in this situation. It hasn't been able to be like translated between the two of you or seen. Or this energy hasn't had a chance to really authentically manifest between the two of you. And I feel like there's a chance now for that to happen because there's some sort of higher understanding that has come in. But you kind of just have to take the opportunity. It's not going to feel like it did in the past, though. That's how you'll know that it's time to actually fight for it. Because in the past, you felt like you were not on the same page as this person. But this is your true connection with this person, the 2 of Cups. It's a card of teamwork. It's a card of feeling like you are cut from literally the same cloth as someone else. Like kindred spirits were made of the same shit, you know, like I resonate with you. I just get you. I get what you're about. I feel your heart and soul. I feel like I know you. I get you. I'm with you. It's like a solidarity, sister kind of energy, right? So it's kind of like day and night. But that potential is here for this connection, which could have been why it's been kind of confusing for you for sure, and maybe both people involved. Because it's like, why was it so... I feel like there was a lot of roadblocks, barriers, misunderstandings, misconceptions. The 8 of Wands, it could be because things moved really, really fast. These are 2 cards of like movement, the 6 of Swords and the 8 of Wands. You also have the 9 of Wands here. I feel like there was rapid movement, and I think it might have been like a little too fast. And it's almost like assumptions were made without seeing the clear truth, or without really exploring one another and the connection and the energy in a more intimate, authentic way. It was like assumptions may have been made off of appearances, not the appearance that you're trying to put out now, but just seeing the superficial and making assumptions with one another. But I feel like there's been time and space to explore what you really feel inside about the situation. Is there anything else you want to tell Scorpio about this? Any further advice about this situation before I let them go? The Justice card. There is the ability for this to be balanced and successful, like I said. Harmony and resolution is available here. And I feel like this person can handle the heat of your kitchen, or the heat of your love. I feel like you don't have to push them away. But you would know, so take that how it resonates. Okay, never take a message that's not for you. You know if you do need to like protect yourself from someone's energy, obviously. And if that is the case, then I feel like this message isn't for you. 'Cause there's no way Spirit would be pushing you or guiding you back to someone that's not right for you, right? They always want your absolute highest and best good. But that's what I'm getting for you, Scorpio. So it does look like there's something that has bamboozled and confused you in the past here is what I'm getting. And I think that you also just got very confused by the depth of your own emotions and your own intensity. Like when you do go to those intimate places with yourself, sometimes it takes you a second to settle into them because it's a lot, even for you. Like you are a lot, even for you. Which is why I think sometimes you do hesitate to fully let other people into that, because it's like you don't want to let someone in just to watch them drown and be like, oh, cool, another one bites the dust, you know? You do want to genuinely find someone that can handle the heat of your love. So, yeah. That's what I'm seeing. All right, we're moving on to Sag. Sagittarius. Okay. Sag, what's going on? I've been looking a lot more at my Vedic chart lately, and it's quite interesting because in Western, I'm like a Pisces Sun, Scorpio rising, Gemini moon. I have a Capricorn, Mars, and stellium. And I have a Pisces North Node. And in Vedic, I still have a Pisces North Node, but I am an Aquarius Sun, Libra rising, like Taurus moon with a Sag stellium. Like my Cap stellium turns into a Sag stellium. And so I've been reading about those placements in Sag instead of Capricorn, and I'm like, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. There's definitely a part of you in me on some level. And it's the wild part that refuses to be tamed. So I gotta thank you for that. All right. What's going on for Sag? I hope that you live it up in your fellow fire season, though, this Leo season. Add a little spice up your life. Okay, that feels good. Okay. Show me what Sag needs to know at this time, please. You could be dealing with a Libra. I'm not going to say anything until after I timestamp. Okay. One more. Oracle cards. Why? Why was that necessary? Why is there so much aggression? Okay. Knocked a whole bunch of stuff over. A second. Like half of the deck exploded over there. What's this? Some more cards. They almost went into my coffee. Oh, okay. Okay. A little bit of pent-up frustration, huh? Okay. Clarify Sag's energy for me, please, or the energy surrounding Sag. Erosion. Okay. What's up, Sag? How are you, my loves? All right, let's see what's going on with your energy, or the energy that is currently engaging with you, surrounding you, and all that good stuff. Okay, so the current most prominent energetic like influence, situation, or engaging energy around you, you have the Seven of Swords in reverse with this oracle card. Oh my gosh, my legs are getting stiff. Erosion. And the Libra card also came out. So you could be dealing with a Libra, or this could be the energy of like justice or karma outside of you, just as like a universal law or force. So take it how it resonates. But something is definitely being shown to you with absolute clarity, I feel like, here with this Seven of Swords in reverse and the Libra card or energy. It's like something is going to be shown to you in such a way that it might erode or be eroding currently your current understanding of something. The energy could be eroding your current understanding of something, and what it is that's really eroding that is like the truth, the absolute truth, or the objective truth, I feel like. Tell me more about this energy surrounding Sag. What up? So it's you, huh? You're surrounding you. You're taking something apart here. You are dissecting something. So what is this? Your higher self? Because this is an external energetic influence. So you could be dealing with another Sagittarius. King of Coins in reverse, Knight of Coins in the upright. It's like going back to the basics with something here. It's almost like a truth erodes something that, or new information maybe erodes like a truth or understanding that you have built up of something. And when that happens, a part of your personal current like security or stability falls apart, and you're back to basics with this Knight of Coins energy. So you are... It's kind of just this energy of like, as new information becomes available and old things fall by the wayside, there's this energy surrounding you that's just kind of prompting you to just put one foot in front of the other and just continue, like just keep swimming kind of vibes is what's coming through here. Okay, you are in the energy of the Nine of Wands. And you're a little bit defensive over something. A little bit. This is the card of the wounded healer. See this guy? How or the wounded warrior. He's all wrapped up. He's not looking super happy, and he's behind this spiky fence. He's not looking super approachable. And the thing is, I think that you're defensive towards something specific because you got these three cards, a whole bunch more, like half the deck exploded and flew out, but these ones were upright and landed kind of like on the spread. So this is the first one that came out that says, you're worse than nicotine. And then you have this card. of these two people not really talking, just hanging out in the physical, but in like the etheric realms, they are making out. And then there's this lyric card. You know, I'm jealous of how you can just turn them off, those bad ideas that feel so soft. I think that's Matt Good, the Matthew Good Band. I don't remember what song it is, though. I'm jealous of how you can just turn them off, those bad ideas that feel so soft. It's like there's a part of you here that you're telling me you feel incredibly drawn to this person or to whatever this is, right? This is the energy of being like, I'm jealous that you don't seem affected when I am like addicted to you as if I've been smoking 2 packs of you since the day I was born, you know? And it's something that you're defensive about because you feel it in the non-physical. Okay, tell me more about that. The Four of Cups in reverse just came out. Tell me more about that. The Four of Cups in reverse, hold on. For some of you, you're mad, like you're a little bit worked up, or it's kind of like a slightly offensive or offended, energy. I don't think it's too serious. It's just kind of like, F you for having this effect on me. And I feel like you don't know that you don't have this effect on someone else technically. They could just be hiding it very well or not acting erratically on their desires. But you are making this assumption. You have sort of said, I'm jealous that it seems easy for you to just like not give in to these pulls, these compulsions that feel like a very slippery slope for you. But with the Four of Cups in reverse, there's something that doesn't actually feel bad or dangerous about, like, it doesn't really feel like a bad idea. Because the Four of Cups in reverse talks about taking you out of a little bit of an emotional rut. And I feel like the truth is that the reason why you do feel addicted to whatever this is because, not because it's a bad idea, but because it actually makes you feel alive in a way that has eluded you for a little while. Whatever this is, it sparks something in you, and you almost like resent the influence that it has on you to a degree. Whether that's just because you don't feel that this person is as influenced by it. There's that 9 of Coins energy too. You have 3 9s on the table here. 9 of Wands, Swords, and Coins. So maybe 999 is significant for you. 8 of Cups in reverse and Temperance. There's you. What are you doing? It's like you're trying to go 2 places at once, or you're mad. This isn't your message, don't take it, okay? But what's coming out is that you're a little bit pissed off. You kind of resent how badly you want this person. And the thing is, you're in your power, you're balanced, you're in a harmonious state within yourself, and you're still having a difficult time emotionally disconnecting. What does that tell you? That this is probably not a bad thing for you, even if it has driven you crazy or been somewhat difficult. I feel like this thing actually brought you to a space of understanding and loving yourself more deeply one way or another. And it's not this situation or person, don't give them credit for that, but it's like the situation maybe put you in a state of looking more deeply at yourself in some way. I do feel like this actually opens you up to more of your authentic, empowered energy. At the same time, though, I feel like there may have been difficulties bringing something together in the actual 3D physical realm. but you have a very strong connection to something or someone that you feel on like an emotional or a psychic or spiritual level that feels very addictive. What's shifting in the near future is the Nine of Swords, though. So, Strength in reverse. The Tower. The Wheel of Fortune. I'm channeling a song. I can't remember all the lyrics, but it's like, what song is that? Wheels keep turning, I'm gonna keep on burning, rolling, rolling, rolling down the river. That's the song I'm channeling. Whatever this energy is picking up speed in the near future, and it's kind of stressing you out a little bit. The thing is, it's forcing you to take down some of these guards and actually be vulnerable with Strength in reverse. It's almost like there's an ego death coming up in the near future, and this could be mutually shared between you and this person. I'm not saying that it's just you that's experiencing this, but this is the energy that is shifting in the whole big scheme of things in the near future for you. So whatever this is, right, is happening. What's this Tower though? Why does it feel so dramatic? Like, why does it feel so intense? Because you just keep telling me that it's so intense. Like, you're worse than nicotine. These bad ideas feel so soft. Like, they draw me in. I feel this person in ways that I can't explain or make any sense of. And, like, even though I feel like I'm empowered, I'm still not able to disconnect emotionally. Like, it's intense. It's intense energy. I just don't know exactly why it's so intense, because I'm not seeing the backdrop or the history of whatever this situation is. I'm just seeing that this current energetic influence or situation around you, being the Seven of Swords in reverse, it's like truth is being revealed to you about something that's putting things into focus through, again, like I said at the beginning, eroding some sort of old belief system that you had surrounding this. But Nine of Swords, Four of Swords in reverse, this is causing a lot of mental disquiet. Like, whatever belief system or truth this is eroding in your mind, it's kind of a big deal. So, but what is the Tower? What is the implication that this truth is having to create this Tower? Because it's almost like it's not... Wheels gonna keep on turning. It's like things are speeding up, because initially the process of erosion was here, and it was happening like over many years, over a long period of time, the way that water like erodes into rock, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, just kidding, psych, like Tower moment, flash of lightning, and the whole building comes down. It's something that is like long, like being deconstructed over a long period of time and eroded, and then there's something that just happens, like boom, building down. So something speeds up or something happens here in the near future. What is this? Who is doing this, though? Is this Sagittarius that's doing this? Taking this action? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why you're doing this or why you feel so strongly compelled, but it's like you feel like you have to blow this thing up. Or like it has the potential to really affect you is kind of how it's coming through. And so you're making this decision. Oh my gosh, my foot is asleep because I'm sitting on it. It's almost like you're making this decision, or you're put in a situation where you have a choice that you have to make, and you either need to be vulnerable and express your truth, or something crumbles and falls apart. And the thing is, I see you choosing to, based on the energy right now, which you can always shift because you have free will, right? So tarot just gives you like a snapshot into what is happening in the very current energy, but you can always just shift that energy and shift the outcome. Like, this isn't like telling you your future the way that it absolutely has to be. That's not tarot. That's not the point of tarot. But I see you, based on the energies right now, not telling the truth about your feelings. This is like hiding your feelings under the moon and denying them, essentially. And then the Gemini card in reverse came up, which is like you not expressing. I'm feeling like third house energy, so it's like not communicating something. And the Hanged Man in reverse is here. It's like, if you don't say it, then how will they know? Because there is a higher truth or a deeper truth that's not being spoken. But the thing is, you're very defensive with this truth, whatever it is. It's like it stresses you out opening up and sharing something. And this truth could really only be being revealed to you really right now. So it's almost like it's hitting you. I don't know. There is this strong energy of kind of resenting your own feelings, and then as a result not wanting to express them. But the thing is that then you're not really being honest with yourself, and then you're not being honest with this person as a result. I feel like you are being honest with yourself, though. At least in the current energy, because you're here and you're like, I'm in my energy, temperance, and I'm seeing that even though I am fine on my own, like I'm good on my own, I still see how this person actually added to my life and brought something in that was like something sweet to my life. They added something to my life, even if I have to begrudgingly admit this. And that's what's making it harder for you to disconnect or walk away. Otherwise, there would be no like tension there. But I don't feel like you are ready or willing to necessarily share this with this person for whatever reason, or with this external energy. So it's like you are creating this tower moment for yourself and this situation, and it might just be out of like the need to control, because it does stress you out and make you feel a little bit vulnerable. So I don't know exactly what that is, but let's take a look at your advice here. So your advice is this Fire card, which is an extra card in this deck, because this deck has all of the signs and the elements. So we are in Leo season, fellow fire season for you. So this could be definitely talking about leaning into that energy. In other words, getting more, more engulfed by or sucked into the energies of inspiration, desire, passion, creativity, all of these things, rather than like defensiveness, guardedness, or your mind Aquarius in reverse. I feel like it's kind of important, or your advice anyways, what Spirit is guiding you, giving you guidance to do, is to not be in a very fixed mental space at this time. I feel like it's a time where you can trust your primal instincts and urges. You can trust your spirit to guide you. You can trust your desires. And I think that that is kind of the only way that you're going to be able to navigate this and know for sure that you're moving in an authentic direction, because you do have a little bit of this, like, currently it's your own internal defensiveness that is preventing you, I think, from feeling totally like clear and at ease with your feelings and the situation overall. Is there anything else for advice for Sag here? The Two of Coins in reverse. There's a physical choice that needs to be made. And they're telling me that it needs to be made from your spirit, from your heart and soul is where this wants to be made from. The King of Cups, Scorpio energy, but the most evolved water sign energy, and then fire. Heart and spirit, heart and soul, but not like this fixed energy of the mind. So essentially they're saying that there's something that you do not know logically. There's an answer that you don't have. So being fixed, like in your mental state, will be an assumption no matter what you decide upon mentally, because there's information you don't have, essentially, is what they're saying. So that's why it will benefit you most, and you won't be misguided if you tap into and trust your internal flame and where that is pulling you, like where the core of your soul is pulling you. Okay. I feel like there is an opportunity to move away from whatever the past situation was, come in from out of the cold and maybe have like a resolution or a reconciliation. But I don't know. There's an energy where you like, you're either intolerant of that, or you just really don't believe it, or you don't see how it could happen. So I don't know what happened in the past with you and this person or situation, but it's almost like whatever it was, you feel as though there's something that was compromised or something here. I feel like it's not, though. Or at least not long term. Like there's still potential here for this to grow, whatever this is. All right. Let's move on to Cappy. Where are my little goats at? My goats. I'm gonna put my hair in a ponytail. It's so dry and staticky. It's driving me freaking insane. Give me 1 second. Okay, that's much better. It was driving me insane. All right. Capricorn. What's going on with you? What is going on for Capricorn? One more. Damn. Okay. Aggressive. Who else got that? Someone else got that card. All right. What's going on with my throat? Okay, Capricorn. Okay, what's up, Capricorn? Let's see what's going on with these energies, the current energies for you. And this is just one part of your life, keep in mind as well. It's not like giving a snapshot of everything that's happening for you. So take it how it resonates. But the overall energetic theme, influence, or situation that is engaging with you is the Two of Pentacles with this oracle card of fear. So there's definitely something that is up in the air, or there's like a choice that you need to make. This could also be a choice that is that needs to be made that is kind of like in somebody else's hands. That could also be the case. Tell me more about that. Four of Pentacles in reverse, Knight of Cups in reverse, Death in reverse. The thing is, I feel like you're being prompted to release something here that is not... It's like you're afraid to let something go, but I feel like this is an obvious choice. And I feel like it's the fear surrounding letting it go that actually highlights it being, what's up, love? Marcy? Is that how you say it? Marcy or Marzi? There's something here that is not changing, and I feel like it's shown you that it's not really capable of investing its heart space into you. This could be out of fear. It could be that it has this could be a person, or this could be a situation that is not able to commit to you, like a job that's not able to offer you a position, a full-time position. So they keep you kind of like in this up in the air situation with the Two of Pentacles that is cultivating some sort of like fear or insecurity in your life. Whatever it is, I feel like it's being highlighted so that you can release it with that Four of Pentacles in reverse. This situation. And it's something that makes you feel unstable. It makes you feel like an option, or it makes you feel like it kind of keeps you up in the air, is what I'm getting from this. And then your energy that you are embodying is the Chariot. So there's Cancerian energy. There's also Virgo energy here. And I can't remember what other sign had this oracle card that says no matter what you say or what you do. Is it Libra? I can't remember. Or Virgo? I can't remember. It was a while back, a little while back. You also got this lyric card. Haven't I already shown what it's like to love someone so much you treat their heart like it was your own? This is a song by Black. I can't remember exactly what song it is. I think it's called Sorry, maybe. And on the back, it's interesting because on the back it says, I don't trust you, which is like a direct message. So it's weird. It's a weird contrast that I'm getting from you, Kat, because you're in this energy of like, we're moving forwards, gung-ho. I've chosen the path. I know which direction I'm going. I know why I'm going in that direction. I feel liberated and free. And I have the force of my like emotional will behind me. So it's like you're being driven with the chariot by that cardinal water energy, something being lit on fire inside of you emotionally and intuitively that kind of pushes you to follow it. But I feel like this is something that you've already been committed to for a hot second, because it's like you have these energies where you're saying towards whatever this is, I'm invested, I'm emotionally loyal no matter what you say or what you do. And you're also telling me, haven't I already done enough? Like, haven't I already shown you that I love you so much that I treat your heart like it's my own? Like, I feel like there's an energy here of haven't I already done enough to prove? And so why is the situation then still up in the air? Why are you still afraid? Or why aren't you able to trust me when I've been all in, or something like that? But there's also an energy of you low-key not trusting this person, even though you are presenting as being all in no matter what. And I think it's like this, the weight of this other person's fear and hesitancy is like rubbing off on you or something. Now you're starting to question like whether what you have been allowing to fuel your forward motion has been like valid almost. I feel this like insidious kind of doubt creeping in, but you're really not showing it. Yeah, the Ace of Wands in reverse, Temperance. You're not showing it. But the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, you are getting a little bit deflated. And if anything's going to deflate a Capricorn, it's probably going to be this, right? You're putting solid work and energy into something and it doesn't go anywhere, right? You're not going to stick as a Capricorn with something like that for a super, super long time if it's not showing any potential for being able to actually balance out and go somewhere that's going to offer you something, right? But the thing is, it's like, although you feel like this could potentially bring you so much joy and fulfillment, you also feel like there's a vital element missing. And I feel like it's trust. I feel like it's trust. It's interesting. The Hermit in reverse is what is shifting for you in the near future. And then the Page of Wands in reverse is your advice. Why is my throat all of a sudden so weird? The Seven of Cups in reverse. The Devil in reverse. Someone definitely does have their defenses up. It's so strange. I'm not really sure if there's like a legitimate reason behind it. It's showing me though that there is a level of there's a level of paranoia here. Oh my gosh. My knee just cracked when I stretched. That felt really good though. Okay. Here's the thing. In the near future, this person that is they're in a state of indecision, and it's because of fear, their own personal fears. I don't think that it has literally anything to do with the way that you have shown up and presented yourself in this connection, because I think that you have done enough. I think you've done enough, okay? Just want to validate that for you. I don't think this is a you problem. And other people's behavior never is an us problem, honestly. It's always, literally 100% of the time, a reflection of their own internal landscape and how they feel about themselves, and, you know, the elements of themselves that they have and haven't worked through, right? To become sovereign and empowered over them. Because you can never get triggered by someone else if you've already integrated and become empowered over that same element within yourself. It's not going to trigger you, right? So it's a them thing. And they're saying in the near future that this is coming through as like a justification that's actually based on fear, not reality. But it's like they're justifying a reason to cut you off. And they're saying that they can't trust you, but it's coming through more as like paranoia. The Hermit in reverse is like there's something inside of themselves that they're not seeing, and they're not realizing, I feel like, that they're actually being driven by paranoia and fear. And that, again, it doesn't really have anything to do with you, the way that they're feeling. It has more to do with, like, a way that they are being internally triggered that it would be helpful for them to look at and then work through their own fears and then decide what they want to do in terms of moving forwards with you. But what I see them doing instead, so here's you, the devil, right? That's your energy. Is saying with like 7 of Cups in reverse, emotional clarity, or what they believe to be emotional clarity, that they believe genuinely that there's some toxic element here that needs to be released, or that the situation needs to be cut off. And I think they're afraid of being disappointed or let down. So it's almost like they are removing themselves, or they're making this assumption that they can't trust you just so that they can keep their defenses up and not have to make themselves vulnerable to move forwards with you. Because to connect with you, they would have to open up this intimate part of themselves. And I feel like this internal fear is not going to allow them to do that. So it's like instead they're justifying releasing you as a means of sidestepping that work that they kind of need to do on themselves, is what I'm seeing. Okay. This could be someone that comes at you and they're like, it could not make much sense to you, I'm not going to lie, when they come towards you. They could come and they could be like, this, and this, and you're like, what? None of that is even real. None of that is true. Those are all like assumptions that you made, and then they snowballed in your own fearful, paranoid mind. This could be someone that is working through, like, they're still working through trauma, like an old wound. They could have PTSD. They're coming off as just very skittish. And they're definitely in that phase of where they're at with their healing, where they are still fearful of, they're fearful of getting sucked into a toxic relationship, which makes me think that they've been in one in the past. And they're in that state where they're not willing to let down their defenses enough to really truly find out if something is toxic. So they are just pushing everything that gets too close away, essentially. And they're justifying doing that so they don't have to look at their own fear, because they're not really ready to heal that part of them yet. What's the Page of Wands in reverse for your advice? What the hell? I'm hearing Lana Del Rey, Hope is a dangerous thing for a girl like me. Because the Page of Wands in the upright is definitely a hopeful energy. An energy of like optimism, believing in yourself, believing in magic, believing in the world. Yeah, the Sun. And the Ten of Pentacles. What the heck? I think this is knowing, reminding yourself of what you are worth. The thing is, Cap, like we said before, it's never your job to like prove yourself to someone or to overextend yourself, right? To alleviate someone's fears that ultimately really have nothing to do with you and are not a reflection of you. It's just a reflection of their own woundedness, and it's not your fault, and it's not even necessarily their fault. That just might be where they're at on their healing journey. But I don't think that they're very aware that they're doing this, that they're in this self-destructive energy, or that they're being this controlled by fear. I don't think that they recognize this. But your advice is to remember what it is that you're truly worth and what you deserve. The Sun and the Ten of Pentacles is what you're ultimately trying to build, I feel like, and cultivate in your life, which is like joy and freedom and liberation and happiness and ease and flow as your baseline. And then this legacy that you can build on solid ground from that baseline. It's like with the Sun, you don't have to guess. You don't have to prove yourself. You don't have to question anything. It's like, it's solid, you know, solid, something that lasts. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse and the Five of Wands in reverse. It's pretty clear. It's saying if it causes you conflict, if it's just not working or not falling together, then it's not, you're not really meant to fight for it. Because I feel like there's only so far that you can go with whatever this is. And again, it has very little to do with you, if anything to do with your energy. And it's about where this person is at and the way that they are choosing to work through their own stuff at this time isn't really conducive to bringing them to a place where they are feeling healed, balanced, and open enough to let someone else in. And I feel like this energy, while it's valiant and beautiful and it's very like, I'm in my heart and like, I'll fly you to the moon, you know, I'll show you what real loving is, you know, that's beautiful. And that's really what everybody's dream is to have someone as like, as high value of a person that has to offer as much as you, being like, let me, like, I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. You know, it's really like that, like willing to just open up everything that you have and share it with someone. It's beautiful, but this person is not able to even recognize fully what it is that you're offering. Their own woundedness is causing them to paint you as toxic. They could be calling you like a love bomber, when really I feel like you're just trying to prove to them, because you can sense that they're very afraid. You've just been trying to show them that they can trust you. And I feel like they could be turning that against you, weaponizing it against you because of their own internal fears and insecurities. So I think it's just like with the Sun and the Ten of Pentacles, be really honest with yourself about if this is something that is currently in the state where it can grow into what you truly deserve and desire without you having to overextend yourself to prove to this person that they can trust you and then like ease them into the relationship to keep making them feel safe. And it's like, everyone is hurt sometimes. Everyone goes through crap sometimes, and everyone has those periods where they need to heal, right? And it's not like victim shaming or shaming people for not being healed enough to be able to love us, right? Because every single fucking person will go through that at one point, at least in their life, where they're so wounded that they need that period, and they just kind of like go into self-defense mechanisms and push people away, because they haven't done the internal work yet where they're ready, able, and willing, right, to give and receive the kind of love that they actually want and are deserving of. So it's not about blaming this person. It's more just about realistically looking at like where the two of you are at, how much you would have to slow down your own progress to wait for them, and then whether you even have any sense of true, like whether this person could even, you don't even know then that it's not a for sure thing that this person will choose to give up their fear and just jump into things with you no matter how much you try to prove yourself. So it's like there is not really a safe bet with this particular situation at this time, is what I'm getting from that. And it doesn't mean that there won't be. And you know, sometimes we do get, a lot of the times, right, our relationships with people that we care about are what kind of like can be that swift bitch slap of reality or like wake up call that we need. And sometimes when someone walks away, we realize, oh, I was projecting my fear. Sometimes it takes distance for someone who is healing and sucked into their own fearful narratives inside their head. It takes like you being out of the picture for them to recognize that, oh, that paranoia is still alive and well within me, even with Capricorn gone. Therefore, I can conclude it had nothing to do with Capricorn and everything to do with me all along. And then we can get that clearer picture. It's oftentimes like relationships that give us that clarity. So I feel like it might just be good to just be honest with yourself about where both of you are at this time, and then give that distance, because I think that it will allow for the growth and clarity. Like if anything's going to help stimulate that, you removing yourself is probably the thing that's going to help the most. So, and you'll also be honoring and respecting your own energy by not just like free flowing it towards someone that currently can't, they're not capable or willing currently of like even seeing and recognizing and being grateful for that, let alone meeting you in a way where they can actually give it back as well. Okay, so let's move on to Aquarius. Aquarius. What's going on, babes? All right. Let's see what's happening for my little aqua babes. These sweet little aqua angels. I sincerely love Aquarians so much. Your energy is just, I love it. It's funny because like my best friend in the world is he's an Aquarian and I'm a Pisces, and he has a Pisces Mercury and I have an Aquarius Mercury, and we always just say like, I'm pretty sure that's why we can like communicate without communicating, and we just like understand each other. Like, yeah, because you communicate like a Pisces and I communicate like an Aquarius, and so we just get each other. But I love Aquarian energy. You guys are the dopest. Does Aquarius need to know? All right. okay? Okay. Do you like already have this person blocked? What's going on here? Let's timestamp you. What's up, Aqua? I hope you're doing good, my loves. Okay, so let's look at this energy that wants to be highlighted right now. So the primary energetic influence or situation that is external and surrounding you currently is coming out as the Knight of Wands, and this blocked card. So this could be someone that has blocked you, or that you like quite literally have blocked. You could have each other blocked, or there just could be an energetic block here. But this is an external influence. So there is this energy of the Knight of Wands where someone's running up against, Two of Swords, Four of Pentacles. Yeah, that's blocked energy for sure. Someone's indecision is blocking them from taking action. And so they're stuck inside in like a sedentary state where they're not moving, they're not growing. The Devil in reverse. These energies are kind of a theme through this reading a little bit. Why the Devil in reverse? It's almost like someone would rather just cut and run than make a difficult decision that they didn't have the answer to. So they just kind of dropped the weight of it. And I feel like this very much had to do with their feelings. Their feelings were what felt really heavy. But I feel like they were defensive against that and not ready to look at that, not ready to have that conversation. And so there was a projection, potentially a projection of toxicity onto you or just the situation. Really, it's fueled by their own indecision. I feel like they cut something off, this person outside of you, and they may have done so with like confidence, you know? They may have been like, YOLO, I'm unapologetic, like unlikely to freaking apologize, blocked you, suck my dick, you know, like something like that. The energy's coming through is pretty aggressive. So I feel like someone with confidence, with zest, kind of like cast you out of their life. I love the energy you're in, though. We're going to get there in a second. And they are being humbled, this person right now, I have to say. Because the Hanged Man with the Moon in reverse is like, I feel like this person is gaining an undisputable truth that might be challenging this like decision that they made. It's kind of what I'm seeing here. Someone may have made a decision out of their ego as well, trying to protect themselves because it scared them that they didn't have like a clear answer, or that their emotions were so deep that they didn't feel like they had enough like sensibility or clarity to make this choice. So again, I feel like they pushed you away. Now they're gaining a higher understanding. The energy that you are in is the King of Pentacles with this oracle card that says, be hot, have fun, and stay true to yourself because people will villainize you regardless. Can I get an amen? Leo season vibes. You're doing it right. That's your sister sign. So yeah, you're doing it right, babe. Honestly, chef's kiss. This is beautiful because this is showing me that you truly know and love yourself. Like, you have genuine confidence in yourself that is authentic and cannot be faked. Because if somebody just kind of like took their own indecision or fear and stubbornness and projected that onto you and then kind of like dismissed you based on that, which isn't even true, right? Isn't even like the true reflection of who you are. A less secure person would not be in this energy that you are in. So I just want to really like gas you up and give you some props for that. Because I don't see your confidence really taking a hit at all. I see you realizing and being like, people who don't understand me are always going to judge me and villainize me because that is human. That's being a human. That's what we do. That's our natural instinct. And it's built into us as like a survival thing, right? We feel safer with things or people that we understand, that makes sense to us, then we don't feel like it's a threat. But the only problem is that creates this us versus them dynamic, because anytime you are judging something, you're creating a distance. You're creating like a chasm. You're creating, it's no longer unity consciousness or like oneness. It is now division, right? Because it's that versus that. Like when you define something and set it apart from yourself, you're creating that division. I'm going to save that rant that I almost just went off into for another day. You know, we're going to do that another day. This just makes me think of something. I love this energy that you're in, though. I feel like it's hot and unbothered, no cap, and I like it. But yeah, basically you're seeing, you've got your head screwed on straight. You've got, like, everything is going well for you and is balanced in your life. And you see clearly that if this person is judging you, oh, that feels so good. They're villainizing you out of their perspective and perception of themselves. It's not anything that has to do with you. Kind of like I was talking about in Sag's reading. Okay, what's shifting in the near future is the Wheel of Fortune, and then your advice is the 9 of Wands. Okay, well, what's this Wheel of Fortune energy? I'm like twisted like a little pretzel doing back stretches. I'm getting like sore sitting in this position. We're just on my living room floor for 5 hours, 4 hours. This is coming through as divine intervention. Knight of Pentacles. This is like movement or action that neither one of you are expecting. The Lovers. The 10 of Pentacles. Yeah. There's like plot twist. Something's happening here. This person outside of you could be coming in because, again, they're remember, they were having that like bitch slap of reality where they're gaining clarity. Or was that Sag's reading? You might be dealing with a Sag. There's an energetic, like, carry over here. Something's being carried over between you and Sag. Sag's reading. It's interesting. I feel like something with this person has shifted since they pushed you away, but you don't see it. I don't feel like you can see it. You're just going off of the way that this person left or how they pushed you away, and the fact that maybe they haven't reached out since then, or you're still blocked or something like that. So you're assuming nothing has changed, but I feel like something actually has, or it's going to in the near future here. And it's divine intervention. Like nothing short of divine intervention. The Lovers and the Wheel of Fortune. But it's happening through like a very practical unfolding. The Knight of Pentacles. Someone is just kind of taking like a simple action, but it's a powerful action because it's the Ace of Swords with the Page of Cups. It's like an expression of the truth of their feelings. And it's small, but it's true. Like it's small, but it's honest. And the truth always carries weight and power, no matter how small of an expression it is. Sometimes just the smallest expression of the heart can take like all the guts in the world as well. So like depending on where you've been or how you've been hurt, it's like you never really know what it takes for someone to become vulnerable, even in just the smallest of ways. So I feel like there's something here about not like scoffing at this. There's something coming through about like it's taking quite a lot for this person to come forwards, not because of their ego, but because there is some fear attached to them. Like it would be easier to ignore and to walk away, but I feel like instead they are actually wanting to create peace in the situation and potentially talk about the possibility of what could grow now that they might be seeing things a little bit clearer. But I don't feel like you're foreseeing this coming. Yeah, exactly. Reconciliation. The High Priestess in reverse. I literally don't feel like you intuitively see this coming at all. Queen of Cups in reverse. It's like with you, you're like, yeah, there's been love lost. I don't feel like this person, I don't know. There's going to be an opportunity, I feel like, for reconciliation. And there is quite a strong connection between you and this person with the Lovers, the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, but why is the Nine of Wands your advice? Let's see. Why is the Nine of Wands? The Ace of Cups in reverse. Justice in reverse. The Star in reverse. What is this? There is something here, Aqua, that is like... It's like proceed with caution. There's something here where time is an important factor in this connection. And I can already see that because it's like assumptions and decisions have been made based on a lack of healing and a lack of self-awareness on someone's behalf. I need to see what energy wants to come through these cards a little bit more, though, because there's something here that I feel like is more than what is easily perceived, and that could be a vibe for your whole, like, connection. There's something that always feels deeper under the surface that is not being fully perceived, and that could drive you kind of crazy, and this person as well. It could be what kind of fuels some of the fear. kind of like when we are afraid of our own power when we tap into it. It's almost like I feel there can be a fear of connections that have great potential as well when you tap into like the power of the connection, and that sometimes scares people away. So why the Nine of Wands, the Knight of Pentacles, and the Wheel of Fortune? Again, it's like there is something that you're meant to persevere and push through here. But it's so interesting because the Nine of Wands can also be about like holding healthy energetic boundaries or defenses. But this is saying clearly like trust, that, I don't know, there's something at work here. There's something like fate or something is taking place here, and I feel like it's going to guide your steps, but you're only going to see like the next step in front of you. They're not going to hand you a map with all the pit stops like outlined and circled and the distance between each stop like laid out for you and where the gas stations are. This is like, no, fill up with gas, hit the highway, and like I'll be telling you your next turn. And that's it as you get there. And you're supposed to like follow this with strength and faith, I feel like. Strong faith. There's something about this connection that requires a lot of faith in yourself, in each other, and also in the part that the universe plays in this connection. So I don't know. So what's this Ace of Cups, Justice, and the Star all in reverse? Because that energy feels different to me. The King of Swords. There you are. The Ten of Cups and the Lovers at the bottom of the deck with the Ace of Swords. There is something that you know the truth of, Aqua, okay? You know what love is, and you know what it's not. I feel like you've experienced enough to know the truth of like what is genuinely, like how people act when they genuinely love themselves and love you, and how they act when they don't. So there's something here where you're being advised you need to trust, again, both yourself and the universe, what you know to be true, because you're here in the upright. You have this knowledge. You're also being guided by this Wheel of Fortune or fate itself here. But there is something very much about needing to put your own discernment to the test and know like what is love and what is not love. There's something that's really coming through and being highlighted about that here for you. And it has everything to do with yourself. So I feel like it could be different for you guys here, whether this person is, I don't know, like I said, there's something with timing with you and this person, like divine timing. So you could be protected from this connection if it's not a healthy time for it to come together. And you might just need to discern that, like the love is possible between me and this person, but are we in a space where it's possible right now in the present moment? Or is there still healing and independent work and stuff that needs to be done before we can get there? So you might need to use your discernment and see if it's the right time, if it's the right person, even though that potential is there. It's just being very real with yourself about whether what is being presented currently is that love. Because I do feel this strong sense that you're not meant to settle. So whether that means giving this more time to heal individually or more space, or figuring out a plan where you can support one another as you heal, if there's an openness and a willingness to do that. I don't know, but there's something that you do need to be honest with yourself about whether or not that's available to you right now in this situation. Okay. Let's move to Pisces. But don't sacrifice yourself, okay? All right. Let's see what's going on with Pisces. Okay, Pisces, my fellow fishies. Okay. Fishy fam. What is up? What is up, gangstas? What up, gangsta? Okay. I age myself constantly with my musical references. Oh my God. The other day I had one of those rare moments where I was like, holy fuck, I'm 36 years old. Usually time is like not a thing, and age is like not a thing for me that I really take seriously, because I don't connect to it. Like, I just don't resonate with it, and I never have. I'm like, I just am at the place in my evolution that I'm at. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Age just doesn't resonate with me as a concept, but I understand the need for it as like humans. It just, I'm like, no, on a personal scale, no, I reject this. But the other day I did have a moment where I was like, sorry, what? How did we get here? What up, thug? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? Like, when is the last time I heard that album? I'm pretty sure that's 50 Cent. All right, what does Pisces need to know about the current energy and situation that they are experiencing? Shuffle. Okay. What's going on, Pisces? Ready to talk, huh? One more. Okay. Oh. What is this? Okay. One more oracle card, just one. Or two. Fine. Okay. It's timestamp. What's up, Pisces? How's my fishy fam doing? I hope that all my angel fish are doing absolutely amazing. So let's take a look at the energies and see what's going on for you right now, Pisces. Okay. So the overall most prominent energetic influence external to you, or a situation that's engaging with you, is the energy of the Two of Swords in reverse, with these two oracle cards that came out in reverse as well, intuition and surrender. Actually, all of your tarot cards came out in reverse. So there's some sort of energy of stagnancy here, or something that needs to be acted on or set in motion, I feel like. Intuition and surrender in reverse. Someone outside of you made a decision for you. I feel like there was a decision made in a situation that you were also involved in, but this decision, the external influence is like someone made a choice. They made this choice not based on following their intuition, and definitely not out of a space of like intimately surrendering or like disarming themselves. So they made this decision from more of a blind, like logic and a guarded place is what I'm feeling. Can you tell me more about that? The Nine of Cups in reverse, the Queen of Cups. Okay. The thing is that someone here outright rejected what they want, their desires, and what they perceive to bring them would bring them a lot of happiness. There is unconditional love here on this person's behalf, but they had the choice or the chance to have or cultivate this Nine of Cups energy, which is like a wish fulfilled. It's like not knowing what you want until you see something come in and you're like, holy shit, that's everything that I never even knew I needed, you know? It's like someone showing up in your world and you being like, you're everything I didn't even know that I wanted in a person, and now all of a sudden I'm in love at first sight, you know? There's something about that here, but I feel like this person did not, they took that information and they rejected it, or they pushed it down. I don't see them like leaning into this truth. I don't see them admitting it, really. They're aware of these feelings, but I don't see them moving towards you or using their knowledge of how they feel to make a decision that benefits anyone in the situation. It's interesting. I'm gonna grab my little sweater. I'm kind of getting cold. Hold on 1 second. A little bit. Kind of chilly out there, huh, Tucker? All right. Okay. So, so that's what's going on with that person's side of things. I'm not going to clarify too much because I think that there's more energy that's going to come up in what's shifting in the near future with this. But I'm getting a pretty strong energy of external denial. So like internally, there's something that this person can't really deny. But externally is another thing altogether. And the choices that they're choosing to make are not actually in alignment with what they feel and know to be true intuitively. Your experience of the energy, you're in the energy of the Page of Pentacles in reverse. So you feel a little bit shut down and like deflated here. Like, again, it's like someone made this decision for me and I don't really have a choice in the matter. It's almost like this opportunity was taken from me, is kind of the vibe that I'm getting from that. And the oracle cards that came out to clarify your energy, this Page of Pentacles in reverse, are also very telling. Pisces. Questionable side eye. So there's this never again, just tonight, okay, and then there's this comic. Let's check and see if we're still bad for each other. Let's not. Okay, so there's still like, although you feel, this is telling me that although you feel that you would still take an opportunity, or although you feel that there is not an opportunity, you're still tempted to take it. It doesn't exist, which might be for the best good of everybody, because it feels like this person isn't really in a place where it's like they're in an energy of hurt people, because they're consciously making decisions against their intuition and their heart. People don't do that unless they, the bottom of the deck, unless they are protecting themselves. And people don't protect themselves unless they've been hurt or they are still hurt, because that's how they know they need to protect themselves to begin with. So it's tell me more about this Page of Pentacles in reverse, though, for Pisces. Because the thing is, they're aware that they love you. They're aware that they see this as being something that would bring them a ton of fulfillment. And then they're also making this choice consciously to go against surrendering to their heart and their intuition, which is dangerous, because you would never, as a Pisces, I don't even think you know how to do that. Like, if your heart and intuition clearly told you, like, pointed you in a direction, you would be so there, you wouldn't have to tell you twice. And this person is not putting that much trust and faith into themselves. Which is fine. It's just, I don't love that you're still so tempted here. It's almost giving this energy that if they, like, called you up and said that they changed their mind, you would be open. It's giving this energy where you're not fully out of the danger zone. I think that's what I called it in the last all signs. The danger zone, which is like when you're walking away from someone, but you're not emotionally detached enough, and your desire, maybe your physical desire, is still very there for someone. So it's like you haven't gained enough distance or enough separation, enough degrees of separation to feel truly safe and disconnected. It's like you're still at risk of being sucked back into the connection, even though maybe it's not good for you. Let's check and see if we're still bad for each other, right? And it's like you're willing to make, I don't know, an exception here, which is not, just be careful with that. Because the Knight of Swords is here with the Ten of Cups clarifying. It's telling me that the reason why you're willing to do that potentially is because your intuition and your heart and feelings are telling you, you feel like you have the read on this. Like, you have the logical answers, you understand it, you see what the full potential could be. It's like you and this person are quite on the same page with seeing that this is like, what's between you could be a wish fulfillment. It could be very, very specifically emotionally fulfilling. It's just how you are choosing to respond to that intuitive hit, to your heart telling you that, is like day and night. This person is actively like shutting that down and running from it, whereas you are willing to make exceptions for it because you know so much that maybe you shouldn't necessarily be willing to make, just for your own self-respect and self-interest, right? Okay, the Knight of Cups in reverse is what's shifting in the near future, and the Five of Pentacles in reverse is your advice. What's the Knight of Cups in reverse in the near future? What's this? I'm hearing turn the lights on. Five of Cups. The Hanged Man. Turn the lights on. You're gaining some awareness here. That's the light. It's like a light bulb moment above your head here. The Hanged Man. Neptunian energy tied to you. There's something here that you're seeing quite clearly in the near future. And I think it's one of those things, Pisces, that it's like you can feel the connection between yourself and someone. You can be willing and able to commit to it fully, to want to show up in a way that shows this person what it really is, and that they can trust you and that they can trust themselves and they can open up to this. But I think in the near future, this person's actually doubling down and showing you that what they're actually choosing is to, even maybe at the expense of like themselves. I feel like they're hurting themselves and they're also causing you pain. Because this person is someone who is terrified of the depth of their feelings. And I feel like in the near future, they're showing you just like the extent, like how far they're willing to go essentially to protect themselves, because they don't trust themselves that much. But whatever this is, it is giving you, it's kind of stinging, I feel like, with the Five of Cups here. But it's also giving you more clarity, like more of a zoomed out picture, more contrast, more context. There's something else that's trying to come through, though, about this Five of Cups, Knight of Cups in reverse energy. Hold on. I feel like this person is feeling a lot of grief and pain, which you might not have any idea that that's happening. It's ironic because I feel like they're trying not to show you anything, but you're picking up on it intuitively. But like the way that they're coming in the near future, I feel like it is fueled by their own emotional confusion, emotional overwhelm, and even like pain and despair and grief that they're feeling surrounding this connection. But they're feeling all that disappointment because they are denying the truth of their own like heart and cutting it off. But I almost feel like they're coming in to like get mad at you about this. 30 cards just like fell on the floor. It's like they're coming in kind of spiteful because, again, they are hurt. Hurt people. It's, this person's very much in their pain, like now, in the present. They're almost consumed by it. The Knight of Cups in reverse, the Five of Cups. It's like an energy of drowning in their feelings. But it only feels this overwhelming to them because they refuse to, like, take responsibility for their feelings, actually feel and express the truth of them. Like, this person's very much doing this to themselves. Judgment in reverse, Queen of Pentacles in reverse, Knight of Wands, the Devil in reverse. Eight of Swords. Eight of Swords, Two of Cups. See? This person has like a deep fear of intimacy. And I think it's because of the implications of what intimacy requires of us, which is to fully surrender to and trust our intuition, to essentially know that something is trustworthy enough to open up that part of ourselves requires not only a deep trust in the other person, but more than that, even it requires a deep trust in ourselves, because the other person's always going to be a wild card. You can never like tame another person or predict for sure the way that they're going to act, even if they promise you, right? People could always still use their free will to make a different decision, and they're always essentially a wild card. So what matters more is that you trust yourself, and this person doesn't. They don't feel like they can make a confident judgment call, and so they instead, it's interesting, I feel like the last 2 or 3 signs were kind of like not combined, but they share a common thread. And it's like people who would rather be defensive towards things that they feel would be fulfilling to them. It's kind of like they're more comfortable or used to feeling unfulfilled or empty. There's an NF song that is called, I think it's called Happy. And he says, I'm just more comfortable living in my agony. Something about watching my self-esteem. Something about, like, the line that I'm channeling is where he says, I just don't know who I'd be if I was happy. I wish I could make these changes. I wish that I could reach out for these things that I feel like would fulfill me, that I desperately actually really desire and want under the surface. However, I'm more comfortable living in my agony. I'm more comfortable because this is what I know. And I don't know who I would be if I was actually happy. So I keep on choosing this thing that I do know. Not just choosing it, but like defending it, like violently defending it, you know? Pushing away happiness as if it is the devil. When really it's like, no, you have been chained to the devil this whole time, and you have also held the key this entire time. But you've chosen to stay there, and you've done that, right? So the Five of Pentacles in reverse being your advice, I feel like this person, they keep putting you out in the cold, and they might not be doing it on purpose, but they're doing it because the only way that they could take you in from out of the cold is by trusting their intuition, letting you in. And I don't see them doing that. So it's almost saying create your own closure by letting yourself in from out of the cold. Doesn't mean you have to for sure like completely cast this person out, dismiss them, let go of them, never talk to them again. But okay, this card just flew out and landed on top of the intuition and surrender in reverse by your person's cards. I just feel like this is a pretty clear message that's coming through. And trust me, if there's someone who never gives up on people, like to their own fucking detriment, it's me. It's me. So don't come for me, because I'm not someone, I'm like the last person in the world that will give you the advice to like just give up on a person that you love. Trust me. But this is kind of coming through as this being hopeless because this person has like committed to, they are like violently, strongly committed to not being in the energy of the sun. It's like happiness scares them. And again, I feel like it's because they are not, they know who they are carrying all this weight. They don't know what they look like being happy. And so again, they keep on choosing the devil they know. They keep on choosing because they have formed a part of their identity around pain. And that's what they're really holding on to, right? Because strength, this is the ego. Well, this is all the ego, the sun and strength. This is all Leo energy. Now I'm kind of hot. This person, though, they are very, like they're defending this. And I think it's because they're so scared of having this view like threatened, because it would throw off everything, like this house of cards that they've kind of like built internally to protect their own fragile ego or wounded space that hasn't healed yet, right? They're doing that by just pushing everything away and keeping themselves in this state of grief, which then they use this state of untrusting and grief to not trust themselves and to double down on not opening up and surrendering to other people, because this is like being in this constantly is like a constant reminder that this could potentially happen again. So then it's like this loop where they're not able to trust their intuition and surrender to even good things because that's constantly like in their face. So they're not able to heal from it. You know what I mean? It's like a wound that they keep on rubbing salt in or poking at every day, so it's not healing. So there's something here where it's like, and specifically maybe in Leo season, if you are watching this at the time of release, there's something where there is an energy that is available to you that you can really infuse into your life to kind of get some life back in your bones. Because I do feel like you gave a lot to this situation, and you're still in this place where you're feeling like it took something from you, but despite that, you're still like, you could be convinced, you know, to still fuck with it a little bit more. No, I just mean, I don't know. I feel like you're given the chance in Leo season, or here, like whenever you're watching this, essentially Pisces, to double down on your love for self and to double down on the strength of what your spirit knows. Not in the way that you're just telling yourself, I know the potential of this connection, so I'm doubling down on holding on to it. It's more like, what would the Pisces who loves and respects themselves to like the optimal degree, what would they do next? How would they act next in this situation? You don't have to like lash out at this person. You don't have to get the last word. You don't have to react or respond in any particular way, but just whatever brings you back in alignment where you feel like it's not taking something from you, whether that is your confidence, your self-respect, your love, your actual energy, whatever it is, there's something that this is still sort of draining out of you. And it's kind of showing me that at least for right now, this person has a long ways to go before they even consider changing. Right now, they are very focused. Like they're focusing a lot of their attention on and their energy on protecting the status quo, like where they're currently at, because they are not comfortable with changing. Okay. So do with that information what you will. But I feel like the advice for you is to get yourself back into an empowered and liberated state, and then act from a loving and true place from there, however you see fit with the situation, okay? But I'm getting very strongly, like, don't sacrifice yourself for this person who would throw you under the bus in a second because they don't trust themselves. It doesn't have anything to do with you being trustworthy, and I don't feel like there's a way that you could prove yourself, because people who, again, don't have that trust, it doesn't have to do with you. It's just where they're currently at, okay? So that's what I see with that, Pisces. All right, I'm going to do these super chat questions for Paula. Let me timestamp these. So thanks so much for hanging out with me, you guys. If this is where you are logging off, just know that I freaking love you. I hope that you have the most amazing Leo season. I've been erratic because I am moving in like 3 days. And my house is, as you can tell, all my art is just like pushed against the wall. Everything's in boxes. I've been just like, I like to leave things till the last minute because that's when I'm inspired, aka I procrastinate. And then my Mars in Capricorn kicks in and beats my ass until I get the task done. And I'm like, this is how I'm most effective, right? Spirit's like, no, do better. But that is my way of being for now. So God bless me. And God bless you for being patient with me. I appreciate you. But yeah, big life shifts. So I'll be checking in with you guys soon. When I am more stabilized in my next location, and then I'll be back. But let me get this. I want to use this deck. Okay. Paula's energy. So let's see. She wants to know first, what is the best way forward in her career. Okay, let's see. And then how can I move away from my fear of putting myself out there in my career? Okay, let's ask that one first. So let's get 3 cards for how she can move away from or tackle this fear of putting herself out there. And then in contrast to that as well, or supporting that, what is the best way she can move forwards in her career? Okay. All right. Okay. Pull an oracle card. Okay. Let's timestamp this. Okay, what's up, Paula? Thanks for grabbing a super chat question or 2. I appreciate you. Okay, so I'm gonna look at how you can move away from your fear of putting yourself out there in your career first, and then tell you the best way to move forwards as well once you tackle that fear. So the best way to handle the fear of putting yourself out there, you get the Hanged Man in reverse, the Knight of Wands in reverse, the 3 of Wands in reverse. Surrender, adventure, and the journey, all in reverse. And then you also have memory and grief with vulnerability in reverse from the Oracle deck. So I feel like this is pretty, yeah, it's definitely highlighting this fear of putting yourself out there. And it's telling me that the main thing fueling your inability or the struggle that you're facing to make yourself more vulnerable is coming from the fact that there's like a memory of grief that is still very like close, or still very accessible. I don't really know how to say it. It's like something that you haven't moved far away from yet, so it's still fresh, either fresh in terms of time, like it just happened, or fresh in terms of your memory, like you still tap into it a lot, and so the memory of that grief is still like it happened yesterday. But it's like the fact that you keep on reminding yourself of the pain that happened is reinforcing your belief that you should not open up and be vulnerable, obviously, because it's stimulating that fear. Okay, so there's a higher perspective that you're not seeing with the Hanged Man in reverse. You haven't been able to surrender to seeing something, and it could be because of the fear itself, or because your memory of this grief is actually blocking you It's keeping you like stuck in the details here or in the trauma. And so you're not able to like transcend or rise above it to see the bigger picture is what I'm seeing. So on a very practical scale, I feel like the most effective way is you have to put actual distance between yourself and the memory of the grief that caused the fear to begin with, if that makes sense. Because you haven't moved forwards on a new like adventure or journey from this. It's kind of telling me you're still very stuck in the reality of whatever this was, even though I feel like it is a memory. It's not something that's still actually unfolding or playing out, like the pain and the grief itself. It's more something, again, it's like giving the Three of Swords energy. It's something that is, it still lives on because you keep feeding it. Because the Three of Swords it talks about heartbreak, but ultimately it's still a swords card, right? So it is about your mind and the way that you are thinking about, tapping into, and perceiving pain and heartbreak that you've already experienced. So a lot of the time we can carry that pain out by just continuing to tap into or perceive it a certain way. So that's the number one thing that they're saying, that will help you put yourself out there and regain your confidence, is just like throw yourself into new adventures and new journeys that can have nothing to do with your career. I feel like this doesn't have to be related directly. It's just gonna bump up your confidence and do things specifically that get you in the moment and get you very tapped into, like keep you very present. Because there's something about you getting out of your head and spending time away from the memories of pain here that's going to really help you. Okay, so then the best way forward in your career. So you have Strength in reverse, the Six of Wands in the upright, and the World in reverse. With Boundary and Joy that also came out in reverse, and then Mind in reverse is at the end. Or at the bottom of the deck, sorry. Again, like it has to do with something that you are overcomplicating in your own mind that needs to be disconnected from. I feel like even the memory of this grief is kind of convoluted at this time, just because you've gone over it so many times. Like this picture of the Mind card, right? See, she's like, I forget what these are called. Like the little like dancers that come, like the Ukrainian dolls or whatever that come out of each other. But that's like her mind, right? It's like there's inception digging into these painful memories to the point that the grief and the memory has been convoluted. So I feel like even the memory itself that you're tapping into, it's been, I don't know if you can even really trust the memory now that you're tapping into. I feel like you've gone over it so many times already that it's something that you can't necessarily trust or count on. But it's also something that I feel you don't need to think about anymore. Like nothing more can really come. There's nothing more to unpack of this that you've already missed. It's just holding you back at this time. But there's some sort of boundary that I feel like you need in terms of your thinking and your mind. Like we set different kinds of boundaries, right? Energetic boundaries, emotional, physical boundaries. This is coming through as more of a mental boundary. Because this is a weak like link, or it's somewhere where your joy is seeping out. It's like a leak for your joy. And it's because there's not a strong boundary in place there. So I feel like this is something where you go to that place in your mind where you revisit the trauma or you revisit the memory, or you just get sucked back in if you have like PTSD or something. And all of a sudden you're out of your body and you're back in the trauma and you're in this anxious fight or flight state, right? So I feel like you need to lay some healthy structures into place that have to do with specifically mental boundaries, but it could be other energetic boundaries as well. Look for what is stealing your joy to simplify it. And I feel like it's visiting certain things in your mind, certain memories and ways of thinking. Specifically, like Okay, what's coming through with this is that you cannot hate yourself into a better version of yourself, right? Like not showing yourself compassion, trying to beat yourself into ascension or into healing isn't going to get you the victory that you want. You need to show yourself this empathy and compassion and give yourself grace, but at the same time, don't give yourself don't mistake allowing yourself to dwell as giving yourself grace, right? There's a difference between showing yourself genuine compassion, which I feel like you would be showing yourself genuine compassion more through setting strong boundaries for yourself. There's a difference between that, like, and justifying staying somewhere that you're ready to move out of. Because sometimes I feel like we'll feel comfortable or safe in that place, ironically, even though it doesn't feel good. It's like we've been in that place of grief that, again, it kind of becomes part of our identity, and we don't really know how to break out of it. So it's this weird place that we get to where we almost need to grieve the phase of grief that we're releasing because it's become a part of us, and it's a weird energy. I've been in this energy before. You're like, I'm releasing grief and somehow I'm grieving, letting go of the grief. How does this make any sense? But it is a thing that happens. It's weird. So I feel like show yourself empathy and compassion, but don't let yourself stay where you are comfortable but still hurting yourself, because that is actually not showing yourself grace and compassion. That's keeping yourself somewhere where the memory of the past is continuing to harm you. So you don't want that. So some sort of healthy boundary specifically in your mind. And I feel like even if this is something that like you feel like you get sucked into the memory of this quite consistently, then something like start small with being like, okay, I'm going to set a physical timer on my phone every day and give myself like 20 minutes to journal about this or to think about the past, to revisit those memories. But then like that is the allotted slot of time that I'm giving that for my day every day. And at least then you don't get sucked into like this big black hole of just circling the drain and spiraling, and then before you know it, it's been like an entire day that you've been back in the memory of that pain, right? So set like limits and stay within them, or set standards and little boundaries for yourself, and then just work from there, but just kind of take it one step at a time, being really honest and compassionate with yourself along the way, okay? I love you. Thank you so much for your support. I hope that you guys are all doing really well. I'm sending you all the good vibes. I hope you can feel them. And yeah, thanks for hanging out with me. I'll see you again soon. Mwah.